Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The line was always there, a razor's edge of shadow cutting across the polished marble floor of the foyer. On one side, the warm, buttery glow from the library. On the other, the cool blue dusk seeping through the tall windows from the garden. Brooklyn Van Allen had crossed it 10,000 times. A girl moving from light to dark and back again without a thought. But that evening, as she paused, one bare foot on the warm stone, the other on the cool, the line did not feel like a boundary. It felt like a gap, a thin place, as if the floor there had been worn down by more than footsteps, as if the very division between the safe, gilded interior of her life, and the vast whispering outside had grown porous, uncertain. She shivered, though the air was still. It was the last clear thought she had before the world broke. The kidnapping was not subtle. It was a car, a bag, a chemical smell like overripe almonds. A voice, low and graveled, saying, "Easy now, princess, easy." Then, nothing but the rumble of an engine and the sense of being a small, fragile thing in a large, dark space. She woke in a room that smelled of damp concrete, old motor oil, and something else, something sweetly metallic beneath it all, like a penny held on the tongue. The light was a single, bare bulb behind a wire cage, throwing a stark, unforgiving geometry of shadows. The line here was not between light and dark, but between the small pool of illumination around the stained mattress where she lay, and the profound blackness that swallowed the corners of the room. This boundary felt absolute, until a man stepped out of the dark and into the light. He was tall, with a lean, corded strength, and a face that seemed carved from weathered wood. His eyes were the flat, cold gray of a winter lake. This was Dennis. He did not speak at first. He simply looked at her, his gaze inventorying her fear like a man assessing livestock. When he finally moved, it was to place a bottle of water and a plastic-wrapped sandwich on an upturned crate. "Your father is a rich man," he said. His voice was the sound the gravel made under the tires. "He's going to pay to get you back. You be quiet, you be still. You get to go home. You understand the line?" She nodded, the motion jerky. She understood lines. The line of his mouth. The line between compliance and punishment. The line between this moment and the next. The plan, as Dennis explained it to the others in low tones just beyond the edge of her hearing, was simple, clean. A number, a drop, an exchange. A fortune for a daughter. But plans are drawings on water. The first ripple came with Kingston. He was Dennis opposite in every way. Compact, coiled, with a restless energy that seemed to vibrate the air around him. His eyes were not cold. They were hot, dark, and hungry. He was the one who brought her food, who checked her ropes, who lingered. He didn't just see a ransom ticket. He saw a doll. A perfect, breakable doll from the world that had always kept its windows rolled up as it passed him by. "Brooklyn," he would whisper, his breath smelling of mint and tobacco. "That's a borough. That's a bridge. That's a place with grit. You don't look like grit." He would trace the line of her jaw with a calloused finger, not quite hurting her, but leaving the threat of it on her skin like a brand. She learned to be still under his touch, a rabbit sensing the fox. But in that stillness, something strange began to grow. It was not Stockholm Syndrome, not some simple transference of affection. It was a dreadful, silent understanding of power. Dennis' power was transactional, remote. Kingston's was intimate, absolute. In the hierarchy of this damp hell, Kingston, for all his sickness, held a terrible authority. And in a world reduced to a single room, authority was the only currency that mattered. The other two, Leo and Manny, were ghosts of muscle and nervous sweat. They jumped at sirens, argued about football, counted imaginary money. They were men who had seen a line and dared to cross it, only to find themselves lost on the other side, looking back with longing at their own mediocre lives. Their fear was a sour smell in the room. Days bled into nights marked only by the shifting of guards and the distant, mournful cry of a freight train. Brett Van Allen, on television screens in bars and airports, was a monument to crumbling power. His pleas were perfectly crafted, his agony visible in the tremor of his hands. But his eyes were the eyes of a general who has lost the map to the battlefield. He could move markets, but he could not move the shadows that held his daughter. The police, a faceless force of procedure and static, swarmed the edges of the case like flies on glass, unable to get in. The change began with a mistake, a missed call. A police cruiser spotted near the designated drop site, spooking Dennis' daughter. The clean plan was now smudged. The tension in the concrete room tightened, a wire thrumming. It was Kingston who snapped first. Manny Jittery had spilled a can of gasoline while siphoning from the getaway car. The reek filled the space. "You stupid kid," Kingston hissed, and he didn't shout. His voice dropped to a venomous purr. "You think this is a game? You think her daddy's gonna hand over a briefcase full of sunshine while you smell like a refinery?" He backhanded Manny. The crack was shockingly loud. Manny went down, a surprised sob catching in his throat. Brooklyn, curled on her mattress, flinched, but she also watched. She saw the fear in Manny's eyes, the quick, eager nod of Leo, desperate to stay on the safe side of Kingston's rage. She saw Dennis, from the doorway, watching Kingston with a new, calculating stillness. The line between leader and lieutenant had blurred. The violence had turned inward. That night, Kingston brought her a better blanket. He sat on the edge of the mattress. "You saw that," he said. "It wasn't a question. You see how it is. Weakness gets you hurt. You need a protector in here." His hand came to rest on her ankle, a possessive weight. "I can be that, or I can be what happens to you." In the cage of his gaze, Brooklyn felt a door within herself swing open, revealing a cold, dark room she never knew existed. She did not pull away. She gave a single, slow nod. It was not surrender. It was a negotiation. In that moment, she crossed her own line from pure victim to something else, something complicit. The power shifted, molecule by molecule. Dennis saw it. He saw the way Kingston's attention had crystallized around the girl, saw the distraction, the sick obsession. The ransom was still the goal, but now there were two problems: the police and Kingston. The plan required simplicity. Obsession was a complexity. Dennis began speaking to Leo and Manny in hushed tones when Kingston was asleep, his words weaving a new narrative where Kingston was the liability, the loose cannon who would sink them all. The massacre began not with a shout, but with a sigh. Dennis had decided. The new drop was set. They would take the money, but they would not split it 4 ways. 3 was cleaner. And they certainly wouldn't split it with the man who looked at their ticket to freedom like it was his own private toy. Kingston, perhaps sensing the shift, grew more volatile. He tied Brooklyn's hands too tight, leaving red bracelets on her wrists. He fed her with a rough, impersonal urgency. "Soon," he muttered, to her or to himself. "Soon it'll be just a memory." She didn't know if he meant the captivity or her. The night before the drop, the rain came. It drummed on the corrugated metal roof of the warehouse, a sound like 1,000 frantic fingers. It was in this symphony of water that Dennis made his move. He sent Manny to check the perimeter. As the young man shrugged on his jacket and stepped into the storm-washed darkness beyond the door, Dennis picked up a tire iron. He followed. The sound of the rain swallowed everything, until it didn't. There was a wet, choked cry, shorter than a breath, and then only the rain again. Dennis returned alone, his face a mask of calm, the tire iron dark and glistening. He looked at Leo, who had gone pale as bone. "Weakness," Dennis said, echoing Kingston's word from days before. Leo understood the new line. He nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. Kingston was asleep on a cot in the corner. He slept like a cat, lightly, one eye almost open. He saw Dennis approach with the tire iron. He was faster. He rolled, a gun appearing in his hand like a magic trick. The first shot took Leo in the throat, a spray of crimson against the concrete wall. The second shot went wide as Dennis lunged, the tire iron swinging down. It had connected with Kingston's gun hand with a crunch of bone. The gun clattered away. The two men became a single, grunting, thrashing beast on the floor. Brooklyn watched from her mattress, her body frozen, her mind preternaturally clear. This was the brutal game, and she was the pawn that had tipped the board. The lines were gone. There was no light and dark, no inside and out, only the red reality of the fight. Kingston, despite his broken hand, was a feral thing. He found a shard of glass from a broken bottle and drove it into Dennis' thigh. Dennis roared, brought the tire iron down on Kingston's head. Once, twice, a sound like a melon dropped from a height. Then, silence, broken only by the ragged saw of Dennis' breath and the relentless rain. He stood, bleeding heavily from his leg, over Kingston's still form. Leo was already gone, his dead eyes reflecting the caged bulb. The room was a charnel house. The clean plan was now a masterpiece of gore. Dennis turned. His cold gray eyes found Brooklyn, and then she saw the final calculation. The ransom was still possible. But a witness to this? A witness who had seen him break the ultimate line? He limped toward her, the tire iron dragging a faint red trail on the concrete. This was the moment. The line was before her. On one side, the passive victim, waiting for the blow. On the other, something unspeakable. Her eyes darted, not in fear, but in strategy. She saw it, half hidden under Kingston's cot. His gun. Dennis was hurt, slow. The power was there, on the floor, waiting. As he raised the iron, she did not scream. She moved. She rolled from the mattress, her bound hands reaching, scrambling. Her fingers closed around the cold, checkered grip. She had never held a gun. It was heavier than she imagined. She turned, sitting on the filthy floor, and pointed it at the man looming over her. Dennis stopped. He blinked, as if seeing her for the first time. The naive heiress was gone. In her place was a creature of this same dark, a creature he and Kingston had made. A faint, bloody smile touched his lips. "Go on then, princess," he breathed. "Cross it." She pulled the trigger. The sound was immense, final. It swallowed the rain, swallowed the past, swallowed her. Dennis folded, a look of profound surprise on his face, and joined the others on the wrong side of the line. The police found her there an hour later, guided by the frantic, traced call from Brett Van Allen's millions. She was sitting against the wall, the empty gun in her lap, Kingston's blanket around her shoulders. She was staring at the line of blood that had seeped from Dennis' body and stopped just short of her bare feet. The lead detective, a weary man named Crow with eyes that had seen too many rooms like this, crouched before her. He saw the dead men. He saw the living girl. He saw the precise, terrible geometry of the scene. He spoke softly, asking her what happened. She told a story of a fight, of monsters turning on each other, of a girl who cowered and survived. She left out the weight of the gun, the coolness of the grip, the deliberate way she had aimed. She left out the negotiation, the understanding, the silent pact with darkness. She painted herself back into the light. Crow listened. He looked at her hands, clean. He looked at her eyes, which were not those of a shattered victim, but of a serene, empty mirror. He looked at the trail of her footprints in the dust, which did not only flee from the violence, but circled it, approached it. He saw the truth, not as a shock, but as a quiet, dreadful pattern completing itself. He had come to find a victim and rescue her from the dark. But he saw that the dark had not just touched her. It had answered something in her. It had shown her a line, and she had learned to walk it, then to erase it. He did not arrest her. The evidence sang the song she composed. He helped her to her feet, guided her out of the room of death, across that first threshold into the blinding, chaotic light of sirens and shouts. Her father wept, crushing her to his tailored suit. Cameras flashed, capturing the miracle. Later, in the sterile calm of the hospital corridor, Crow watched her through the doorway of her private room. She sat by the window, staring out at the city lights, a silhouette against the glass. She was no longer looking at boundaries. She was looking at the whole vast, indifferent map of the night. And she knew now that she contained parts of it. He had come to solve a kidnapping, to draw a line between the innocent and the guilty. But the world, he understood now, was not like his reports. It was like that first foyer he'd seen in the Van Allen mansion, a place of shifting light and shadow, where the lines on the floor were just suggestions, worn thin by all the crossing. His role was not to judge which side she was on. His role was to bear witness to the fact that for some, the line itself is the crime. He met her reflection in the window glass. For a fraction of a second, their eyes held. No shock, no accusation, just a silent, mutual acknowledgement of the terrible truth they now both carried. Then he turned, walked down the bright, clean hallway, and left her to her new, unbounded world. The silence in the hospital room was a different kind of quiet. It wasn't the dense, swallowing quiet of the warehouse, but a thin, high-pitched quiet, the sound of a world holding its breath. The doctors had come and gone, their words soft and careful, treating her like a glass figurine. Her father had finally been persuaded to go home, to shower, to prepare for the press conference that would declare his daughter's safe return a testament to faith and the excellence of law enforcement. He kissed her forehead, his tears warm on her skin, and she had smiled the faint, fragile smile they all expected to see. When the door clicked shut behind him, the smile faded, not into distress, but into a perfect neutrality. She rose from the bed, the stiff hospital gown whispering against her legs, and walked to the window. The city below was a circuit board of light, paths and connections, barriers and bridges. She used to see it as a skyline. Now she saw it as a diagram of control, of lines drawn and lines crossed. A soft knock came at the door. It wasn't a nurse. Their knocks were brisk, functional. This was tentative. "Come in," she said, her voice a little rusty from disuse. The door opened, and a young woman slipped inside. She was maybe 25, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a tablet clutched to her chest. She wore a visitor's badge, but her clothes were expensive, quietly so. "Miss Van Allen? I'm so sorry to disturb you. My name is Elise. I work for your father's legal team." Brooklyn said nothing, just watched her. Elise cleared her throat, nervous, under the placid gaze. "There are some documents for the official statement, and There's a matter of a personal item recovered from the scene. The police released it to us." She held out a small, clear evidence bag. Inside was a simple, cheap hair tie, the kind she'd used to pull her hair back the day she was taken. It was stained, a dull brown. "They found it near one of the men," Elise said, her voice dropping. "We thought you might want it, or we can dispose of it." Brooklyn took the bag. The plastic was cool. She didn't see a hair tie. She saw Kingston, his hot, dark eyes, the way he'd sometimes gathered her hair in his hands, not gently, but with a possessiveness that felt like the only real thing in that room. A token, a proof of transaction. She looked at Elise. "Thank you. Was there anything else?" Elise hesitated, then tapped her tablet. "The statement is prepared. It says you were kept in the dark, literally and figuratively, that you have no memory of the final events, that you are focused on healing and grateful to be home. It's what your father and the PR team recommend." "I'm sure it is," Brooklyn said. "Is it accurate?" Elise asked, the question braver than she was. Brooklyn's eyes drifted back to the city lights. "Accurate." The word was a line itself. "It's a story that will be told," she said finally. "You can tell them I agree." Elise nodded, relieved, and made to leave. At the door, she paused. The detective, Crow, he was asking unusual questions during the handoff. Not about the men, about you, about how you seemed. A faint, almost imperceptible current moved through Brooklyn's stillness. "And what did you tell him?" "I told him you were remarkably strong," Elise said, and then she was gone. Alone again, Brooklyn opened the evidence bag. She tipped the hair tie into her palm. The stain was definitely blood. She didn't know whose. Dennis? Kingston's? Leah's? It didn't matter. It was all the same now. She walked into the private bathroom, flipped on the light, and looked at herself in the mirror. The girl who had paused at the line in the foyer was gone. The face that looked back was older, composed. The eyes were the eyes from the warehouse window reflection, the ones Crow had seen. They were not haunted. They were informed. She turned on the tap, held the hair tie under the water, and watched the water run pink, then clear. She squeezed it dry, then pulled her hair back with it, securing the ponytail with a practiced twist. The action felt neither symbolic nor morbid. It felt practical. It was a reclamation of a tool. She returned to the window. Down in the hospital driveway, she saw a lone figure leaning against an unmarked sedan, the glow of a cigarette punctuating the dark. Crow, he wasn't looking up at her window. He was just waiting, watching the exits. He knew. He knew she had pulled the trigger not in a blind, desperate spasm, but with a chilling clarity. He knew her story was a clean, convenient line drawn over a messy truth. And his silence was not absolution. It was a different kind of pact. He was a man who dealt in facts. And the fact was, the world was better with those 3 men dead. The fact was, the heiress was a more useful creature as a symbol of resilience than as a study in moral contamination. He was drawing his own line, and on his side of it, her secret was safe. For now, Brooklyn understood. Everything was a negotiation. Everything was a line, drawn in sand, waiting for the tide or the will to erase it. She felt no triumph, no guilt, only a vast and quiet capacity. The world thought it was returning a stolen girl to her gilded life. But they were wrong. They were returning a sovereign to her kingdom. She turned off the bathroom light, leaving the room in darkness save for the city's glow. She did not sleep. She stood at the window, on no side of any line, and began to plan. The first plan was simple: visibility. She allowed herself to be photographed, a pale but composed figure on her father's balcony, wrapped in a cashmere shawl. She gave one interview to a carefully selected journalist, speaking in soft generalities about trauma, gratitude, and the preciousness of life. The public wept and applauded. Brett Van Allen looked at his daughter with a heart full of a painful, hopeful love. He saw fragility carefully braced. He did not see the calculation. She asked for things. Small things at first. To understand the family's charitable foundations. To sit in on a board meeting for one of the quieter trusts. Her father was eager to indulge her, to give her purpose, to anchor her in the safe, sanitized world of philanthropy. She learned quickly. Money was a current, and directing it was a matter of channels and dams. She began to suggest subtle redirections. A donation to a bail fund here. A grant to a community center in a neighborhood known for its gang activity there. Not enough to raise eyebrows, just enough to test the levers. Crow watched. He read the society pages. He saw her at a gallery opening, a ghost in a gown, and their eyes met across a room of chattering people. He gave a slow, almost invisible nod, an acknowledgement, a reminder. She returned a small, polite smile that held no warmth and no fear. The connection was a live wire, buried deep. Her father, emboldened by her apparent recovery, began to speak of the future, of her taking a larger role, of legacy. One evening over dinner in his sterile, modern penthouse, he pushed a folder toward her. "The security review," he said, his voice tight. "After what happened, we've overhauled everything. The best firm in the world. A complete audit of our personal protection, home systems, everything." Brooklyn opened the folder. She saw flowcharts, protocols, dossiers on new head of security candidates. It was a fortress blueprint. She traced a line on the page with her finger. "It's impressive," she said, "but it's all reactive. It's about keeping things out." She looked up at him. "What about understanding what's already in?" Brett frowned. "What do you mean?" "The world you operate in," she said, her voice gentle, exploratory. "You move markets, but there are other markets. The ones in shadows, the ones those men came from, to truly be safe. Don't we need to understand that too? Not to participate, but to see the shape of it." Her father stared, a fork poised in midair. He saw his little girl, and for a terrifying second, he saw something else looking out from behind her eyes. A general, assessing a map? He shook his head, dismissing the chill. "That's what I pay security experts and lawyers for, Brooke, to handle the darkness. Your job is to stay in the light." She nodded, acquiescing. "Of course. But the idea was planted. She didn't go to the security experts. She used the access her new charitable work gave her. She met with outreach coordinators in tough neighborhoods, with former inmates running rehab programs, with cops who walked the beat and knew the street names. She listened. She remembered names, hierarchies, tensions. She stored it away, not with the frantic fear of someone building a moat, but with the calm focus of someone drawing a map. Months passed. The Miracle Girl narrative began to fade, replaced by a new one. The philanthropist heiress. It was perfect camouflage. Then, a package arrived at her private office. No return address. Inside was a single, grainy photograph. It showed a man back to the camera getting into a car. The car's license plate was clear. It was a car registered to a shell company she recognized from her father's own security audit. A company used for discreet, off-the-books operations. The man in the photo was Crow. Attached was a note, typed on a cheap machine. He's asking different questions now. About money trails. About you. It was not a threat. It was a report. She had, without even fully intending to, begun to cultivate her own network. The hair tie was still in her drawer, clean and plain. A token, a line back to a world that understood transactions. She burned the photograph and note in her marble fireplace. She watched the flames consume the image of Crow, the man who held her secret. He was no longer just a witness. He was becoming an investigator, and his line of inquiry was a danger. That night, she didn't stare at the city from her penthouse. She opened her laptop, and using protocols she'd painstakingly learned from a wary, well-paid hacker she'd met through one of her community grants, she accessed a secure, anonymous channel. She typed a single line, a test, the first real step across a new and irrevocable line. "The detective needs a new case," she wrote. "Something far away. Something consuming." The reply took only minutes. "Budget?" She named a figure. It was not from her charity funds. It was from a private account, one her father didn't know existed, seeded with the proceeds from the discreet sale of a diamond necklace she'd never liked. "Consider it done," the reply came. Brooklyn closed the laptop. The silence in her luxurious apartment was complete. She felt no thrill, no dread. She felt the same cold, clear capacity she had felt on the warehouse floor, the gun heavy in her hand. They had tried to make her a prize, a victim, a symbol. They had succeeded only in making her a force. The world was a web of lines, of law, of morality, of society. And she had learned, in that concrete room, that lines were not walls. They were simply the places where you decided what you were. She got up, walked to the window, and looked out at the map of lights, already plotting her next quiet move. The transfer of Detective Crow was efficient and unremarkable. A high-profile, complex cartel investigation opened up on the opposite coast, requiring his specific expertise. The order came from high up, with a logic no one could fault. Brett Van Allen mentioned it over breakfast, reading the news on his tablet. "That detective from your case, Crow, got a big promotion, it seems. Shipped out to California." He said it lightly, a piece of trivia, a closed chapter. Brooklyn sipped her green juice. "That's good for him," she said, her voice a soft, neutral thing. With Crow's probing presence removed, the space around her seemed to expand, the air less charged. She deepened her work. The charitable foundation became a legitimate front, a hive of positive activity, but its roots began to spread into darker soil. The community center grant led to an introduction to a man named Miro, who ran a boxing gym, and it was quietly understood, brokered peace between rival crews. He was in his 50s, with a flattened nose and eyes that held a weary kind of wisdom. He didn't treat her like a victim or a princess. He treated her like a potential business partner, which she appreciated. They met in his office, a cramped room smelling of sweat and liniment. "You keep sending money to the right places," he said, not looking at her, cleaning a pair of boxing gloves with a towel. "But money's a flashlight. It shows you things, but it also shows everyone where you're standing." "What do you suggest?" she asked. "Information," Miro said, finally meeting her gaze. "You want to understand the shape of the shadows. You need ears, not paid snitches, people who owe you. You create quiet favors. You become a solution, not just a bank account." She took his advice. She didn't just fund legal aid. She connected a talented disbarred lawyer she'd discreetly subsidized to a family in Miro's network. She didn't just donate to a clinic. She ensured the daughter of a certain mid-level figure in a distribution chain got a specific expensive surgery not covered by any insurance. Each action was deniable, layered through multiple cutouts. But the gratitude flowed back to her, a silent current of obligation. She was building a latticework, not of power, but of influence. It was a different kind of architecture than her father's, all visible steel and glass. Hers was built in the cavities between walls. A year to the day after the warehouse, She woke not from the old nightmare of the mattress and the iron, but from a new dream. In it, she was walking across the vast, polished foyer of her father's home. The line in the marble was not a boundary, but a path, and she was walking it with perfect balance, arms outstretched. On either side of her, in the shadows of the colonnade, stood figures. Kingston, Dennis, Leo, Dido, her father, Crodo, Miro. They were all watching, none of them speaking, their faces impossible to read. She was the only thing in the light. She got out of bed, the dream's clarity clinging to her. She went to her dressing room, and from the back of a drawer she pulled out the hair tie. It was just a scrap of elastic now, stretched from use. She put it on her wrist, a dark band against her skin. That afternoon, a message arrived through her secure channel. It was a single sentence regarding a looming territorial dispute that threatened to spill violence into one of her funded community zones. The situation requires mediation, an outside voice, a respected voice. She knew what it was. A test, not of her money, but of her authority, of the myth that was quietly growing around her. The girl who had faced the darkness and not blinked, who moved now in both worlds and belonged to neither. She typed her reply. Set the meeting. Neutral ground. The chosen location was a closed fish market, all damp concrete, and the ghost smell of salt. Brooklyn arrived alone, having given her security detail an elaborate misdirection. Miro was there, a silent, hulking presence by a stack of crates. Two men faced each other across a concrete table, their young and angry faces illuminated by a single hanging work light. They were lieutenants, each believing they had been disrespected, each ready to start a war over a few city blocks. They looked at her as she approached, confusion turning to a flicker of recognition, then to a wary, superstitious awe. She was a story to them. Ghost from the warehouse. She didn't sit. She placed her hands on the cold concrete table, the hair tie visible on her wrist. You both lose if this fight happens, she said, her voice echoing slightly in the vast empty space. It held no emotion. It was simply a fact, delivered like the weather. The police are looking for a reason to sweep through. Your operations will be disrupted. Your profits will vanish. You will be dead or in cages, and your enemies will take everything. She looked from one to the other. I have a proposal. She outlined it not as a compromise, but as a new, more profitable arrangement for both, using channels and opportunities her legitimate ventures could provide. It was a business deal, cold and clean. She spoke their language, the language of risk and yield. The anger in their eyes didn't fade, but it was joined by calculation. By the end, they had agreed, not out of friendship, but out of a chilled respect for the sense of what she said, and the unsettling, powerful myth of who she was. As they left, Miro let out a long, slow breath. You know you can't just be the mediator forever, right? You step into the middle. You become the ground they fight over if you ever slip. Brooklyn watched the retreating figures disappear into the mist outside the market. I know, she said. She turned her wrist, looking at the dark band against her skin. It was no longer a reminder of what had been taken from her. It was a reminder of what she had taken. She had crossed a line, and then she had erased it, and now she was drawing her own. The world was not light and dark. It was a spectrum, and she was learning to see and use every shade. The drive back to her apartment was quiet, the city lights streaking the car windows. She felt the weight of the fish market settling into her bones, not as fear, but as a new kind of gravity. She had acted, and the world had shifted. A small shift, but a real one. Her father was waiting for her in her living room, his face pale with a controlled anger. Your detail lost you for 3 hours, he said, his voice clipped. Care to explain? Brooklyn set her purse down calmly. I needed to be alone, to think. It was the anniversary, Dad. The mention of the anniversary deflated him, as she knew it would. His anger melted into concern. You can't do that, Brooke. It's not safe. The world isn't safe for you. The world isn't safe for anyone, she replied, moving to pour herself a glass of water. But I'm not a child in a tower anymore. I need to breathe sometimes, without an entourage. He studied her, the familiar frustration and fear warring in his eyes. He saw the cashmere shawl, the elegant lines of her dress, the calm posture. He did not see the smell of the fish market on her shoes, or the quiet echo of a young lieutenant's voice saying, "We'll do it your way." He saw only what he needed to see, his daughter healing, but fragile. "I'm expanding the security," he said finally. A decision made. Around the clock in the building lobby, a driver you don't dismiss. It's non-negotiable. She nodded, a picture of resigned acceptance. "I understand." After he left, she stood on her balcony, the cold wind cutting through her thin dress. The new security was a complication, but not an insurmountable one. Every fortress had its blind spots, and she was learning to be a blind spot. She thought of Crow, 3,000 miles away, chasing cartel money, Dr. Gio. He was a good detective. He would find his new case consuming, but eventually he would solve it. And then his mind, that persistent, factual mind, might wander back to a warehouse, to a blood-stained hair tie, to an heiress whose eyes held no ghosts, only a terrible clarity. She needed a more permanent solution than distraction. She needed him to be compromised. The next day, through Miro, she sent a message. It was a question, not a command. Does the detective have a pressure point? Something clean, something personal. The answer came back a week later. Crow had a brother, a younger brother named Paul, who owned a struggling organic farm upstate. Paul Crow was in debt to a local credit union, loans called due. The farm was his life. The detective sent money when he could, but it was never enough. It was perfect. It was clean. It was personal. Brooklyn arranged for the Van Allen Family Foundation to establish a new sustainable agriculture grant. The criteria were specific. The selection committee hands-off. Paul Crow's application, submitted with desperate hope, sailed through. The grant was substantial enough to pay off the debts and secure the farm's future. It was all perfectly legal, impeccably documented, a feel-good story of philanthropy. She had a copy of the award letter sent to Detective Crow's attention, with a note from the foundation director expressing admiration for his public service and hope that this would ease his family's burdens. It was a masterstroke. If Crow ever looked too closely at her again, he would now be looking at the hand that had saved his brother's dream. His facts would be tangled with gratitude, his pursuit poisoned by obligation. She received a brief formal email from Crow himself a few days later. "Thank you for the Foundation's generosity to my brother. It will make a profound difference." The subtext was as clear to her as a shout. "I see what this is." Message received. The line between them was no longer just a shared secret. It was now a debt. And she held the paper. That evening, she attended a symphony gala with her father. She wore emerald green and smiled for the cameras. During the intermission, as she sipped champagne, an elderly society matron clasped her hand. "You are a light in this city, my dear," the woman said, her eyes moist. "After all you suffered, to give so much back, you are an inspiration." Brooklyn squeezed the woman's hand gently. "Thank you. We all have to find our purpose, don't we?" she said, her voice warm and sincere. Over the woman's shoulder, she caught her father's gaze. He was beaming with pride, his arm around the mayor, no doubt talking about the new foundation initiatives. He saw a legacy of light being built. He saw his daughter saved. Brooklyn smiled back at him, then let her eyes drift over the glittering crowd, The jewels, the tailored suits. She saw the lines of power and influence, the visible threads. And beneath them, she felt the humming of the other web, the one she was weaving in the quiet. She was not an inspiration. She was a system. And she was just beginning to learn how to run. Story 2. The silence was the first thing he noticed. Not the absence of sound, for the city below his balcony hummed with its usual nocturnal fever, a symphony of distant engines and muffled lives. It was the silence within the walls of his own apartment, a hollowed-out quality in the air, as if the very molecules had stopped vibrating in anticipation of a note that would never come. For 3 years, the soft, rhythmic scratch of a charcoal pencil on heavy paper had been the heartbeat of this place. His wife, Ilara, would draw late into the night. Her concentration of physical presence, a warmth. That sound was gone. The silence it left behind wasn't empty. It was an entity, cold and interrogative. Amos stood at the balcony door, a tumbler of melting ice in his hand, the whiskey untouched. He was a man built for silence, trained in its nuances, but this was a different breed. This silence had a shape. It was the shape of the empty drafting table in the corner, the sheet of paper pinned there, blank. It was the shape of the single, unfinished sketch she'd left behind. His own sleeping face, rendered with such tender precision it felt like a violation to look at it. The mission had come that morning, a call from Deacon that was all business, a metallic voice offering a return to the fold. "We have a thread on the tailor," Deacon had said, using the operational name as if Amos hadn't been dreaming of it for 18 months. "Your thread, it's time to sew it up." And just like that, the delicate life he'd been painstakingly assembling, the one meant to replace the one he'd shattered, was rendered again into a blank page. Darren, known in whispers as the tailor, didn't leave corpses. He left compositions. A financier in Geneva found in his vault, posed as if in prayer, a single, priceless orchid resting on his chest. An environmental minister in Oslo, drowned in her own filtered rainwater tank, her skin meticulously scrubbed of pollutants. His kills were messages, elegant and cruel, stitched into the fabric of the world with a needle's precision. He was a legend, a ghost with a portfolio, and 18 months ago, in a fog of grief and pills and bourbon, Amos had let him slip through his fingers in Marrakech. Ilara had left 2 weeks later. The silence had moved in shortly after. Now, the hunt led to Port of Spain, Trinidad, a city that breathed in humid floral gasps. The air was a wet wool blanket scented with frangipani diesel and the tang of the sea. Amos moved through it like a stain, his internal desolation mirrored by the vibrant, overwhelming life around him. His local ally was a man named Simeon, whose eyes were the color of old rum and held no trust. They met in a rum shop where the ceiling fan chopped the thick air into stale, sluggish pieces. "He's here," Simeon said, not looking at Amos, watching the street where children kicked a deflated ball. "But he is not a man. He's a weather pattern. You feel the pressure drop. You see the leaves turn silver. But by the time the wind comes, you are already gone." The tailor's accomplices were extensions of his will, not thugs. Amos spotted one at the Queen's Park Savannah, a tall, severe man in an immaculate linen suit, feeding pigeons. The man didn't watch Amos. He watched the patterns the birds made as they scattered and coalesced, as if reading portents in their flight. Another was a silent driver for a diplomat's wife, his eyes in the rearview mirror holding the flat calm of deep, still water. They were reflections of their master, each a polished surface showing a different facet of a single dark jewel. And then there was Cindy. She appeared at a gallery opening, a fundraiser for the local symphony. She was a curator, or perhaps a patron, her beauty not striking but unfolding, like the slow opening of a night-blooming cereus. She wore a dress, the color of a bruise, and her laughter was a low, melodic sound that seemed to momentarily dispel the humidity. Amos saw the tailor's mark on her before he saw the man himself. It was in the careful way she held herself, a slight tension in the neck, as if she were a precious object on display under a museum light. She was a piece in the composition, though whether as ornament or target, Amos couldn't yet tell. He followed her to a house perched in the lush green hills overlooking the city. It was a modern structure of glass and concrete, a cool geometric eye staring out at the chaotic, teeming landscape. From his vantage in the dripping jungle, Amos watched through binoculars. He saw Darren for the first time in 18 months. The man moved through the spacious living room, pouring 2 glasses of wine. He moved with an economical grace, no motion wasted, a man completely at home in the space he occupied. He handed a glass to Cindy, his fingers not touching hers. He did not smile. He was, Amos thought, a man who had removed everything from his life that did not serve his function. He was a finished sentence. Amos' own reflection, caught in the lens of his binoculars, was a smear of shadow and stubble, a question mark written in flesh and fatigue. He was not a finished anything. He was a collection of broken parts, a husband who failed at marriage, an agent who failed his mission, a man haunted by a specific silence. The hunt was no longer about redemption for the service. It was about erasing the reflection of the tailor's perfection that he saw in every mirrored surface, a perfection that highlighted his own cracks. The confrontation, when it came, was not in a crowded bazaar or on a rain-slicked pier. It was in the echoing, tiled space of the Port of Spain wholesale fish market, long after midnight. The stench was biblical, a cold, salty reek of scale and gut, of ice melting into blood-tinged water. The only light came from sporadic, buzzing, fluorescent tubes that made the shadows leap and pool like spilled oil. Darren emerged from behind a hanging curtain of giant tuna, their eyes clouded like moonstones. He wore a dark, thin sweater and trousers, his hands empty. He looked like a professor who had taken a wrong turn. "Amos," Darren said, his voice calm, carrying easily in the damp hollow. "I've been expecting you." The man with the silent house. The words were a needle slipped between Amos' ribs. How could he know? The question must have shown on his face. "The unfinished sketch on the board," Darren continued, moving slowly along a stainless steel table. A man repose, but the lines around the eyes, they were lines of a man listening to a silence so loud it drowns out the world. Only a man who has lost his anchor sound would hunt with such desperate focus. You're not here for your country. You're here to find a noise loud enough to fill that quiet. Amos said nothing. He raised his pistol, the motion feeling crude, theatrical. Darren smiled, a thin curve of the lips. "You think this is about a duel, a test of skill. It is about philosophy. I impose order, a final, beautiful order on the chaos of a life. You are chaos trying to impersonate order. The service, the mission, the wife, they are costumes you put on. Underneath, you are as formless as that silence you carry." He took a step closer. "She left because you are a locked door, Amos, and you threw away the key yourself in Morocco. I didn't take anything from you that you weren't already desperate to lose." The truth of it, weaponized and delivered with that serene precision, was more paralyzing than a bullet. The gun in Amos' hand felt like a piece of lead. He saw not an assassin before him, but a mirror that showed him a man defined by absence, hunting a ghost to avoid facing the hollow man in the glass. From the shadows, one of the accomplices appeared, a sleek pistol aimed at Amos' heart. Darren held up a single finger. The man froze. "No," Darren said, his eyes never leaving Amos. "This is not how it ends for him. A bullet is an ending. It is a period. He deserves a semicolon." He looked at Amos with something akin to pity. "Go home. Sit in your silence. Listen to it. It is the only honest thing you have left." He turned and walked away, his footsteps silent on the wet tiles. The accomplice melted back into the darkness, leaving Amos alone in the cathedral of stench and dying light, the gun trembling now in his hand, pointed at nothing. Deacon's voice on the satellite phone, hours later, was a crackle of static and fury. "He was there, and you engaged? Report, Amos. Did you secure the asset?" Amos stood on the balcony of his safe house, looking at the waking city. The morning sun was burning off the mist, revealing the tangled, vibrant, messy life below. He thought of Cindy, another soul momentarily caught in the Taylor's orbit, and knew she would be unharmed. She was not the target. She had been the setting, the vase for the orchid. He had been the target all along. "No," Amos said, his voice quiet, final. "The asset was never there." There was a long pause. "What does that mean?" "Amos, your status is hanging by a thread." "Then cut it," Amos said. He placed the phone, still sputtering with Deacon's disembodied demands, on the balcony railing. He walked back inside, through the sterile, temporary room. He did not pack. He took only the wallet holding his civilian identification, the one he hadn't used in years. He descended the stairs and emerged onto the street, where the city was now loud with traffic and music and the shouts of vendors. He began to walk. He walked past the rum shop where Simeon would be waiting for a report that would never come. He walked through the crowds, his shoulders brushing against lives full of their own mundane noise and struggle and love. He walked away from the mission, from the service, from the ghost of the tailor and the perfect, terrifying order he represented. He walked away from the hollow man who hunted ghosts. He did not look back. He moved east, toward the docks, toward the endless, formless sea, leaving the case and all its piercing, unanswered questions behind him. The silence inside him was still there, but it was no longer a hollow thing. It was a space, vast and quiet, and for the first time, he considered the possibility that it might not be something to fill, but something to inhabit. He was a sentence without a period, a door left swinging on its hinges, and he walked into the humid, breathing morning, a man finally beginning, not ending, his story. The docks were a world of clatter and shouts, of ropes slapping against masts, and the groan of tired hulls. The air here smelled of tar and fish and diesel, a welcome assault after the perfumed decay of the fish market. Amos moved through the chaos without a destination, a single still point in the turning world. He bought a coffee from a cart, the bitter liquid scalding his tongue, a sensation so raw and present, it felt like an anchor. A freighter was loading the Santa Maria, bound for Recife, then Lisbon. He watched the crew, men with faces carved by wind and salt, shouting in a mix of Portuguese and English. He felt the weight of the wallet in his pocket, the thin plastic of his civilian ID, John Amos Miller. Born in Portland, Maine, a fisherman's son, an identity he had shed like a skin a lifetime ago. It felt flimsy, a fiction, but no more so than the one he had just abandoned. He approached the foreman, a grizzled man with a clipboard. "You need an extra hand?" Amos asked, his voice rough from disuse. The foreman looked him up and down, seeing the tension in his shoulders, the shadows under his eyes. "You know a hawser from a halyard?" "I can learn," Amos said. It was the truest thing he had said in years. A shrug. "Talk to the mate. He's on the bridge. We sail with the tide." 2 hours later, Amos stood at the stern rail as the Santa Maria chugged out of the Gulf of Paria, the green mountains of Trinidad dissolving into a haze. The thrum of the engines vibrated up through the deck plates into his bones. It was a deep, mechanical drone, a sound without subtlety or mercy. He let it fill him, a physical noise to crowd out the metaphysical silence. He shared a cramped cabin with 3 other men. Their talk was of home, of money, of women in ports they missed. They asked him no questions. He was just another broken bird seeking passage over the water. At night, lying in his bunk, he did not dream of Darren or Ilara or the blank page on the drafting table. He dreamed of the sea, a vast, dark, formless chaos that somehow held a rhythm in its depths. Weeks passed, measured in watches kept and decks swapped. The work was hard, mindless, purifying. His hands grew raw, then calloused. The salt air and the sun began to soften the hard lines of his face. He ate in the mess. He laughed at crude jokes. He learned the knots. He was not happy, but he was present. The silence within him began to change its texture. It was no longer an interrogator. It became a companion, a wide, quiet sea of its own. In Lisbon, he jumped ship. He used his last pay to buy a train ticket north, to Porto. He rented a small room, overlooking the Douro River. He bought a notebook, a cheap one with blank-lined pages. He did not draw. He began to write. Not a report, not a confession, just words. Descriptions of the light on the water, the taste of the coffee, the sound of the trams. He wrote about the silence, giving it shape with sentences, containing it on the page. One rainy afternoon, sitting in a cafe, he wrote a single line. I am not a locked door. I am a room, and the windows are open. He looked up from the page. Outside, the city gleamed under the gentle rain, beautiful and imperfect. He thought of Cindy, probably already forgetting the strange, intense man at the gallery. He thought of Darren, somewhere, composing his next dark poem. He thought of Ilara, her pencil scratching a new life onto a new sheet of paper somewhere far away. He felt no pull toward any of them. They were chapters in a book he had closed. He paid for his coffee and stepped out into the rain. He did not open his umbrella. He let the water soak his hair, run down his neck. It was a feeling, a simple, undeniable fact of being alive. He walked without a map, turning where the street seemed interesting, a sentence meandering across the page of the city, no longer in need of a period, content. For now, with the possibility of a comma. With the possibility of a comma. The hunt was over. The manhunt, and the hunt for the man he was supposed to be. What remained was just a man, walking in the rain, listening to the sound of his own footsteps, and finding, to his quiet astonishment, that they were enough. The rain in Porto had a different music than the tropical downpours of Trinidad. It was a soft, persistent patter on cobblestones, a whisper against roof tiles, a hush that seemed to deepen the city's ancient calm. Amos walked until his clothes were heavy with water, until the chill seeped into his bones and felt, paradoxically, like a warmth. It was the feeling of being real, of occupying a physical space in a physical world. He found himself before a small church, its stone facade darkened by the wet. On an impulse, he pushed the heavy door and went inside. The air was still and smelled of old wood, wax, and damp wool. A few old women knelt in the pews, their heads bowed. He sat in the back, not to pray, but to simply be in the quiet. This quiet was different too. It was a gathered quiet, a held breath, not the hollow silence of his old apartment. This quiet had history and purpose. He let it settle over him. When he emerged, the rain had lightened to a mist. A bookshop across the street glowed with a yellow light. He crossed, the bell above the door tinkling as he entered. It was a cramped, wonderful place, shelves towering to the ceiling, filled with volumes in Portuguese, French, English. He browsed without intent, his fingers trailing over leather and cloth spines. In a corner, he found a section on art. Not the glossy monographs, but technical books on perspective, on anatomy, on the chemistry of pigments. He picked up a heavy volume on figure drawing. He flipped through the pages, past diagrams of musculature and bone structure, and stopped at a page of hands. Studies of hands in every position, clasped, open, holding, letting go. He thought of Ilara's hands, the charcoal smudges on her knuckles, the precise pressure of her fingers on the pencil. The memory came without the usual stab of pain. It was just a memory, a fact of his history, like the scar on his ribs from a long-ago fight. He bought the book. He also bought a small set of pencils and a pad of decent paper. He didn't know if he would use them. The act of purchase was not a promise, but a permission. Back in his room, he placed the book and the pencils on the small table by the window. He made tea. He sat and watched the river, the lights of Villanova de Gaia beginning to glitter on the far bank as evening fell. The silence in the room was full now. It was filled with the memory of the church, the echo of the bookshop bell, the soft hiss of the kettle, the distant sound of a guitar from a cafe down the lane. He opened the notebook where he had been writing. He read his own words from the past weeks. They were simple, observational, the notes of a man learning to see again. He turned to a fresh page. He picked up a pencil. He did not try to draw his own face, or Ilara's, or the tailor's composed features. He looked at his own left hand, resting on the table. He began to draw its outline, the blunt fingers, the old scars across the knuckles. His lines were hesitant, clumsy. The proportions were off. It looked like a child's drawing. He smiled. He did not erase. He kept drawing, adding shade, trying to capture the way the lamplight fell across the ridges of his tendons. It was terrible. It was alive. The scratch of the graphite on the paper was a tiny, fragile sound in the quiet room. It was not the heartbeat he had lost. It was a new sound, a different rhythm, tentative and alone. He listened to it, his whole being focused on the imperfect line emerging from the tip of his pencil. And for the first time in 3 years, the silence within him did not feel like an absence waiting to be filled. It felt like a page, waiting for a mark. He worked until his hand cramped and the light failed. The drawing was a mess, but it was his mess. He slept a deep, dreamless sleep. And in the morning, he went out and bought a better lamp. The days began to structure themselves around this new, self-appointed task. Mornings were for writing in the notebook, afternoons for walking the city, evenings for drawing. He drew his coffee cup. He drew the twisted limbs of the olive tree in the square. He drew the old fisherman who mended nets by the river, capturing not a likeness but the curve of his concentration. He filled pages with failures, and slowly the failures became less grotesque. They became studies. He learned to see light as a thing that had volume, and shadow as a substance. He thought of Darren less and less. The tailor's philosophy of imposed final order now seemed like the ultimate childishness, a tantrum against the beautiful, redeemable mess of existence. Amos was learning to make peace with the mess, starting with the one on his own page. One Thursday, the market was full of flowers. He bought a single white orchid, its structure impossibly complex and delicate. He spent 3 days drawing it, trying to understand the logic of its form. On the third day, as he shaded the subtle lip of the blossom, he realized he was no longer drawing the orchid itself, but the space it held in the world, the way the air seemed to bend around its perfection. He was drawing its relationship to everything else. It was the first truly intelligent line he had ever made. He put the pencil down. He looked at the drawing, then at the living flower on the table. A profound, quiet exhilaration filled him. It was not joy, not exactly. It was the satisfaction of a problem understood, a language beginning to be deciphered. He had spent his life looking for patterns in chaos to control or destroy them. Now he was learning to see the pattern that was simply there, the order that existed without the need for imposition. That night, he wrote a letter. It was not to Ilara. It was to Deacon. It was short. It contained no apologies, no explanations, no intelligence. It simply read, "I am out. Do not look. I am not lost." He signed it with his old operational code, a ghost signing its own discharge papers. He mailed it from a box in a different neighborhood, a final, tidy severance. The seasons turned. The tourist crowds came and went. Amos's Portuguese became functional. He found a smaller, quieter room in a building full of students and artists, the sound of their arguments and music a pleasant murmur through the walls. He took a job 2 days a week at the bookshop, sorting inventory. It paid for his room and his paper. One spring morning, a woman came into the shop. She was looking for a guide to the architecture of the Ribera district. Her hair was the color of polished cherry wood, and she had a smudge of blue paint on her wrist. They spoke briefly about the merits of different books. Her name was Sophia. She was a ceramicist, she said, forever trying to capture the color of the Porto sky in glaze. Her eyes were the same color as that sky after rain. He did not feel a spark. He felt a recognition. Here was another person engaged in the lifelong, humble struggle to translate the world into form. When she left, she did not give him her number, and he did not ask for it. But the next week, she returned, asking if a shipment of art history texts had arrived. It had not. They talked for 20 minutes about the impossibility of capturing light in clay. The third time she visited, he was off duty, sitting at a cafe table on the plaza outside the shop, attempting to draw the tram lines as they converged. She saw his drawing. She did not praise it. She pointed to a line and said, "The perspective is off here. See? The vanishing point is confused." He looked, and she was right. He laughed, a real unguarded sound that surprised him. She smiled, and the smudge of paint on her wrist was a different blue that day. He did not tell her about his past. He told her about the orchid and about the fisherman's nets. She told him about the alchemy of kilns, how the fire transformed the fragile clay into something that could endure. They spoke of craft, not of confession. It was a conversation built not on the rubble of previous lives, but on the shared ground of the present moment. Amos continued to walk, to write, to draw. The silence was still there, but it was no longer a room he inhabited alone. It was the space between notes and music, the ground that made the figure visible. It was the quiet from which all honest marks begin. He was no longer a sentence seeking punctuation. He was a story, slowly, patiently, being written by his own hand, one imperfect, necessary line at a time. The hunt was over. The making had begun. The blue on Sophia's wrist changed with the weeks. Cobalt, then slate, then a pale, milky azure. Amos began to note the colors in the margin of his sketchbook, a silent catalog of her progress in the elusive pursuit of that Porto sky. Their conversations remained rooted in the tangible, the grain of paper, the grit of clay, the way the afternoon light slanted through the bookshop window. It was a language without subtext, and in its simplicity, Amos found a profound relief. He showed her his drawings. She showed him her test tiles, small squares of ceramic each glazed with subtle variations. One, a mottled gray-blue, made his breath catch. "That's it," he said. "That's the color of the river today, just before the rain." She looked from the tile to his face, her gaze thoughtful. "You see it too," she said, and it was not a question. It was an acknowledgement of a shared faculty, a way of perceiving that needed no further explanation. One evening, she invited him to her studio, a cluttered space overlooking a narrow alley, smelling of damp clay and minerals. Works in progress sat on shelves, bowls that echoed the curves of hillsides, vases that seemed to hold not space, but silence. She was at the wheel, her hands coaxing a form from a spinning lump of clay. He watched, mesmerized by the sure, gentle pressure of her fingers, the way the form rose and widened as if breathing. "It looks like peace," he said, the words out before he could consider them. Her hands stilled. The wheel slowed. "It's a funeral urn," she said softly. Commission. For a woman's husband." Amos felt no awkwardness, only a deepening of the quiet in the room. "Then it is peace," he said. She nodded, and her hands began to move again, refining the shape. He picked up a sketchbook from a stool, hers, and flipped through pages of form studies, anatomical sketches of birds, rapid watercolors of cloud formations. Her line was confident, lyrical where his was deliberate. In the back, he found a single, unfinished portrait of a man with a kind, tired face. He closed the book gently. He did not ask. She did not offer. The silence that followed was companionable, filled with the soft sound of the wheel and the distant echo of footsteps in the alley. He sat on a stool by the window and took out his own sketchbook. He did not draw her. He drew the urn on the wheel, the elegant curve of its shoulder, the way it seemed both heavy and weightless. He drew the space it held. When he finished, he tore the page out and placed it on a clean shelf beside her tiles. She glanced at it, a smile touching the corners of her eyes. "You are learning," she said. It was the finest compliment he had ever received. Weeks blended into a month, then 2. The letter to Deacon had worked, or perhaps the service had simply written him off as a lost cause. No ghosts tapped him on the shoulder. The only past that visited him now was his own, and it came not as a pursuer but as a faint, fading echo. He dreamed of the sea sometimes, but now he was on the surface, buoyant, the sun on his face. One afternoon, Sophia found him at the river's edge, sketching the iron bridge. "I'm firing a kiln tonight," she said. "The big urn. It's a long process. The kiln must cool slowly, or it cracks. I stay and watch the temperature. Would you like to keep watch with me?" He met her eyes. This was not an invitation to her studio, but to a vigil, a shared quiet watch through the night. He nodded. They sat on stools in the dim studio as the kiln's elements glowed a faint, hellish orange behind its insulated door. She explained the process, the stages of the firing, the transformation of the soft clay into ceramic stone. He listened, the technical details a liturgy in the warm dark. As the night deepened, their talk drifted. She spoke of growing up in a village in the north, of the cold, clear light there. He found himself speaking, not of missions or loss, but of the fog off the coast of Maine, the way it could swallow the world and leave only the sound of a bell buoy. "That is a good sound to be left with," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "It is." In the small hours, when the kiln was cooling and the studio was lit only by a single lamp, she reached over and took his hand. Her fingers were dry and warm, marked with the permanent fine lines of clay dust. He looked at their joined hands, then at her face. There was no urgency in her expression, only a calm, open waiting. He felt no leap of the heart, no dizzying rush. Instead, he felt a settling, as if a part of him he hadn't known was tense had finally relaxed. He laced his fingers with hers. The silence in the room was the rich, complete silence of a thing understood, not the hollow silence of a thing missing. When the first gray light of dawn touched the window, they were still there, hands clasped, watching over the kiln that held its transformation. The urn inside was either perfect or it was flawed. They would not know until it was cool. That uncertainty, Amos realized, was not a threat. It was the condition of all making, of all living. It was the space where hope, not fear, could quietly grow. He squeezed her hand. She squeezed back. Outside, The city began to wake, and the new light was the color of a sky after rain. A color they both knew, a color they were both, in their own ways, learning to hold. The walk back to his room as the city woke felt different. The cobblestones, the washing hung between buildings, the early smell of bread. It was all the same, yet it seemed to hold a new clarity, as if he were seeing it through Sophia's eyes as well as his own. He did not go to sleep. He made tea and sat by his window, the drawing of the urn on the table beside him. He looked at his own hands, resting on his knees. They were the hands of a man who had held a gun, a pen, a stranger's shoulder in a crowd, and now another artist's hand through the night. They were capable of many things. The choice of what to hold and how to hold it was his. He opened his notebook. For a long time, he wrote nothing. Then, he began to write, not about what he saw, but about what he felt. The words were clumsy, unfamiliar on the page. He wrote about the warmth of the kiln on his face, the dry texture of clay dust on skin, the specific weight of a shared silence. It was not a report. It was an attempt to translate a feeling into a form he could keep. He understood then that this was what Sophia did with her glazes, what he was fumbling toward with his pencil. It was all translation, the world into feeling, feeling into form, a continuous, imperfect conversation with existence. Later that week, the urn was unveiled. It was perfect. The glaze, that river gray blue, had fired to a deep, luminous satin, capturing light and softness in a vessel meant for ashes. Sophia did not celebrate. She simply nodded, ran a finger along its rim, and packed it carefully in a box lined with wool. The commission completed, she cleaned her studio with a kind of ritual thoroughness. Amos helped, sweeping clay scraps from the floor. In the clean, empty space, she looked at him and said, "I need to go to my village for a few days. The light there, it resets me. Would you come?" He had not left Porto since arriving. The thought of another place, another set of rhythms, was a sudden, wide horizon. "Yes," he said. The village was 3 hours north, a cluster of granite houses clinging to a hillside above a fierce, cold river. The light was indeed different, sharp, clear, and thin, washing everything in a pale, honest wash. Sophia's family home was small and sturdy, smelling of wood smoke and dried herbs. Her mother, a woman with Sophia's eyes and a face mapped by wind, asked no probing questions. She fed them soup and dark bread, and in the evening she showed Amos her own craft, intricate lace made on a pillow with swift clicking bobbins. Another translation, he thought. Patience into pattern, not gibber. He walked the high meadows alone, the air so quiet he could hear the buzz of insects, and the distant rush of the river as separate, distinct threads of sound. He tried to draw the landscape, but his lines failed to capture the vast, empty grandeur of it. He put the sketchbook away and simply sat on a rock, feeling the sun and the wind, a small creature in a large, ancient world. He was not hiding here. He was just being. The distinction was everything. On their last evening, Sophia took him to a place where the river had carved a deep, smooth basin in the rock. "Swim," she said, already pulling off her sweater. The water was glacial, a shock that stole his breath. They swam in the piercing cold, gasping and laughing, their skin turning pink, and when they climbed out and sat shivering on a sun-warmed stone, she leaned against him. He put his arm around her, feeling the rapid beat of her heart through her chilled skin, feeling his own heart beating back just as fast. It was not passion, but aliveness, shared and amplified by the cold, clean water and the towering sky. Back in Porto, a letter was waiting for him at the bookshop. It bore no return address, but the handwriting was a familiar, precise block. Deacons. His stomach tightened, an old instinctive coil. He took it to the riverbank to open it. The letter was brief. Code received. Consider yourself discharged. The file is closed. A word of advice from one old friend to another. A man who is not lost must still be careful where he plants his feet. The ground has a memory. Be well. Amos read it twice, then held the paper over the water. He let it go. The current took it, swirling it away until it became a white speck and then vanished. It was not a threat, he decided. It was a warning, and perhaps even a blessing. The ground did have a memory. He was learning to read it not as a tracker reads a trail, but as a gardener understands soil. That night, in his room, he did not draw or write. He packed a small bag. The next morning, he went to Sophia's studio. She was wedging a new lump of clay, her arms strong and rhythmic. "I'm going to Lisbon for a week," he said. "Maybe 2. There is a museum there with a drawing by Leonardo. Just a study of a sleeve. I want to see it." She stopped, clay in hands, and looked at him. She understood. He was not leaving. He was going to look at a mark made by a master, to learn from it, to continue his own education. He was planting his feet on new ground, deliberately. "Will you come back?" she asked, her voice level. "Yes," he said. "I have a job here, and a friend." She nodded, a small, satisfied smile on her lips. "Bring me a postcard of the sleeve. I want to see the line." He did. He went to Lisbon, and he stood before the delicate, precise drawing for a long time, seeing the thought in every hatch mark. He walked a new city, his footsteps a new sentence. He sent Sophia a postcard, not of the sleeve, but of the Tagus River at dusk. On the back he wrote only, "The light here is different, but the principle is the same." When he returned to Porto, he went straight from the train station to her studio, his small bag in hand. The bell above the bookshop door tinkled the next morning when he returned to work. The students in his building played their music. The rain fell and he walked in it, sometimes with an umbrella, sometimes without. The hunt was long over. The man he was supposed to be was a faded outline on an old, discarded page. The man he was here, in this room, in this city, with this woman, learning line by line the difficult and beautiful craft of being alive. Story 3. The air in the library was not right. It was a subtle thing. A detail felt more than seen. A pocket of cold that lingered near the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the manicured lawn. The rest of the room held the dry, even warmth of central heating. A climate of money that knew no seasons. But here, by the glass, the air bit at Kyle's ankles with a damp, insistent chill. It was the ghost of an opened window, a recent violation of the sealed perfection of the house. He stood very still, letting the cold climb his legs, and looked out at the night. The lawn was a black ocean, the distant hedges, its dark, frozen waves. Someone had been here. Someone had let the outside in. 3 months earlier, Kyle had known only the dry, relentless heat of a Phoenix warehouse district. His world was the smell of asphalt and diesel, the texture of cardboard boxes against his palms, the soundtrack of forklifts and tired men. He stacked and sorted, a ghost in his own life, watching the world of ease and beauty through the smudged window of his phone screen. It was there he found Jordan Van Alder, heir to the Van Alder pharmaceutical fortune, a sun-bleached prince of Ibiza and Gestad, whose life was a cascade of laughter, white sand, and effortless possession. Kyle didn't just follow him, he studied him. The angle of a smile, the careless drape of a linen shirt, the particular slang tossed to friends whose names Kyle learned by heart. It was an anthropology of privilege, and Kyle was its most devoted and most invisible scholar. The opportunity came not from a dream, but from a lawyer's office. Caleb Van Alder, Jordan's father, A man whose voice on the conference call was as dry and crisp as a new banknote had a problem. His son, enjoying a permanent, funded vacation at the family chateau in the south of France, had become unreachable. Bills mounted, rumors of reckless behavior swirled, and a crucial family gathering, a merger of fortunes and a wedding announcement, loomed. Caleb needed someone unassuming, reliable, and cheap to go over, assess the situation, and gently remind Jordan of his duties. He needed a messenger, a servant. He found Kyle, recommended by a subordinate for his quiet efficiency. The salary offered was a king's ransom to Kyle. The assignment was a passport to the very world he had worshipped from the desert. The chateau was not a building, but a living organism of stone and light and scent. It smelled of old roses, beeswax, and underneath it all, the faint, clean smell of money. Jordan was not what Kyle expected. The golden god from the screens was thinner, his eyes shadowed by more than just a late night. He greeted Kyle with a distracted handshake, his attention already sliding away, back to the bottle of rosé sweating on the terrace table. "The prodigal son's keeper," Jordan had sighed, not unkindly, just stating a fact. "Make yourself at home. Just don't bother me before noon." Kira was the complication. Jordan's fiancée moved through the chateau with a quiet feline grace. Her eyes, the color of shale mist, nothing. She watched Kyle unpack his single, modest suitcase. She noted how his gaze lingered on a particular landscape painting, how his fingers traced the spine of a book in the library, not with reverence, but with a kind of hungry recognition. "You're not like the usual help Caleb sends," she said to him one evening, her voice a low murmur in the twilight. It was not a compliment. It was a calibration. Kyle's task was simple. Ensure Jordan returned to New York for the gala. But as days bled into weeks, the simple task hurtled into something else. He watched Jordan's life, a life of such staggering casual abundance it was almost an insult. He saw the boredom in it, the waste, and a cold, clear thought formed in Kyle's mind, as sharp and definitive as a diamond. I could do this better. The first lie was small. A friend of Jordan's called some baron's son, with a slurred voice. Kyle, answering the phone, simply said, "He's unavailable." The voice asked who he was. "Kyle," he said. There was a pause. "New friend?" the voice asked. Kyle looked out at the pool, where Jordan slept face down on a float. "Something like that," he said, and the lie tasted sweet, like stolen fruit. He began to mirror, then to merge. He adopted Jordan's careless posture, his specific laugh. He offered opinions on wines he'd read about, on places he'd only seen through Jordan's photos. The friends, a rotating cast of beautiful, vacant faces, accepted him. He was a novelty, Jordan's quiet American shadow who sometimes said amusingly perceptive things. Only Kira remained unmoved. She would find him in the library, having slipped away from the terrace chatter. "You read a lot for a logistics manager," she observed. He held up the book, a volume on French maritime history. "Jordan's interested in this," Kyle said. "He asked me to summarize it." The lie came so easily now it felt like truth. The discovery in the boathouse was the first true crack in the fantasy. Kyle had gone to find a missing champagne bucket. The small stone building smelled of damp wood and motor oil. And there, tucked behind a rusted-out old speedboat, was a leather satchel. Inside were passports, French, Canadian, Swiss, all with Jordan's photo but different names. Bundles of euros. A handgun, small and dark and terrible. And a single, creased photograph of a woman who was not Kira, holding a child. Kyle's hands were steady as he replaced everything. The chill he felt was not from the damp. Jordan was not just a spoiled heir. He was a man with an exit strategy. Or several. That night, during a dinner with a pair of Italian friends who spoke of skiing in Chile, Kyle watched Jordan. He saw the nervous tap of a finger against crystal, the too quick smile, the way his eyes flicked to the window as if expecting an unwelcome guest. The prince was afraid, and a frightened prince, Kyle understood, was a vulnerable one. The plan did not feel like a plan so much as an inevitable unfolding. It began with suggestion. "Your father sounded quite firm on the phone, Jordan," Kyle said one morning as Jordan nursed a hangover with black coffee. "He mentioned freezing the accounts if you weren't on the New York flight." This was a lie. Caleb had said no such thing. But panic, Kyle knew, made people pliable. Jordan's head snapped up. "He can't do that." "He can, and he will, unless you show good faith." Kyle leaned forward, his voice a confidential murmur. "Send me ahead. Let me smooth things over. I'll talk to him, to the event planners. I'll be your advance man. You follow in a week, tanned and relaxed." The prodigal son returns on his own terms. He sold it as a rebellion, when it was, in fact, a coup. Jordan, relieved, agreed. He handed over documents, credit cards Kyle would need for arrangements. He even gave him a signet ring, a heavy old thing with the family crest. "Show this to my father's secretary," Jordan said. "She knows what it means." Kyle slid the ring onto his finger. It fit as if it had been waiting for him. In New York, in the monolithic silence of Caleb Van Alder's penthouse, Kyle was perfection. He was contrite on Jordan's behalf, efficient, humble, yet insightful. Caleb, a man who valued results over sentiment, grunted his approval. "He finally shows some sense, sending you." The gala preparations consumed Kyle. He chose menus, approved floral arrangements, studied the guest list. He moved into a suite in the Van Alder-owned hotel, paid for with a company card. When he called the chateau to update Jordan, the phone rang and rang into the vast, indifferent European silence. The news came not from France, but from a New York detective, a man named Alvarez, with tired eyes and a voice that held no tone at all. Jordan Van Alder had been found in the boathouse. The single, dark gunshot wound was not in the detective's careful phrasing, consistent with self-infliction. Kira was missing. So was the satchel of passports and money. The world constricted, then exploded. Caleb Van Alder, shrouded in a grief that seemed largely composed of fury, turned to Kyle. "You were the last one to see him. You know his life there." It was not a question. Kyle, his face a mask of stunned horror, nodded. He offered every detail. The nervousness, the unknown woman in the photo, the boathouse where he'd once gone to fetch a bucket. He painted a picture of a Jordan entangled in dangerous things, a victim of his own reckless orbit. He was the loyal retainer, the sole bridge between a grieving father and a sordid, distant tragedy. The gala became a memorial. Kyle stood at Caleb's shoulder, a pillar of quiet support. He wore a tuxedo that belonged to Jordan, altered to fit his slimmer frame. He accepted condolences with a grave nod. Kira's friends, a flock of glittering, confused women, clasped his hands. "You'll find who did this," one whispered, her eyes bright with tears and champagne. He squeezed her hand, saying nothing. And then Kira returned. She appeared at the penthouse a week after the gala, pale as a wraith, a cut healing on her temple. Her story was a fragile thing. She'd been away in Milan. She'd heard the news. She'd been in shock, hiding. She looked at Kyle, who now occupied the guest wing, who moved through the apartment with a familiar ease, and her shale-colored eyes turned to flint. "You," she said, the single word loaded with a universe of accusation. Their conversations were duels with blunt rapiers. "Heh, trusted you," she said, finding him in the study one evening. "He barely knew me," Kyle replied, looking up from the financial reports he was studying for Caleb. "That's what I mean," she said. and left the room, leaving behind the scent of her perfume and a silence that screamed. The authorities were a low, persistent hum. Alvarez asked polite, circular questions. The French police requested clarification. The narrative held, but just barely. Kyle could feel it straining, like a sail in a rising wind. He knew the linchpin was Kira. She had seen something. She knew something. The photo of the woman and child. Had that been Kira's secret, or Jordan's? Was her disappearance flight, or a failed confrontation? He found her on the terrace. The city sprawled below them like a bed of electronic jewels. The night air was cool. She didn't turn as he approached. It was always about belonging, wasn't it? She said, her voice almost lost in the distant sirens. You saw a world you wanted, and you just stepped into it, like putting on a coat. He didn't deny it. It fits me better. Until it doesn't. She finally looked at him. The boathouse was cold that night. I felt that same chill. The window was open. Jordan was always so careless with things. Well, she took a step closer. He was going to run. With her. With their child. He was going to leave all of this. Leave me. And disappear into one of his new identities. He told me that night to punish me for asking. Her smile was a terrible, broken thing. I didn't kill him, Kyle. I just didn't stop it. The revelation settled between them, not with a shock, but with a dreadful, sinking finality. She had been there. She had seen, and she had let it happen, whether it was suicide or murder by some unknown associate from Jordan's shadow life. Her silence was her guilt, and now it was his weapon. You have no proof of anything, Kyle said, his voice soft. Only a story. A jealous fiancé scorned who fled the scene. Your credibility is gone, Kira. Mine is all that's left. She stared at him, seeing not the ambitious young man, nor the faithful employee, but the final, polished product, the heir. The man who had absorbed Jordan's life, his father, his home, his very identity, through a ruthless act of psychological alchemy. She had allowed a vacuum, and nature, in the form of Kyle, had abhorred it. The next morning, Kira was gone again. This time, a note left for Caleb spoke of overwhelming grief, of needing to escape. It was believable. Caleb, aged a decade and months, simply crumpled the paper. His hand fell on Kyle's shoulder, a heavy, possessive weight. "You're all I have left," he said, his voice cracking. "You're the only one who understands." Time passed. The investigation stalled, then faded. Kyle moved from the guest wing to the master suite. He learned the business. He hosted the parties. He wore the signet ring. He was Jordan Van Alder, in every way that mattered to the world. The lie had not just been told, it had been lived into truth. He had won. But the past is not a room you leave. It is a scent that clings to your clothes. It is a pocket of cold air in a perfectly climate-controlled room. Tonight, in the library of the New York penthouse, that cold persists. It whispers of an open window in a French boathouse, of a decision made in chilling silence. Kyle walks to the window, his reflection a ghost over the dark city. He sees not his own face, but a composite. The ghost of Jordan, the ambition of Kyle, the creation of Caleb's need. He is the author and the protagonist of a magnificent, terrible fiction. He turns, intending to call for the housekeeper to adjust the thermostat, and stops. On the immense, empty desk, centered perfectly on the polished mahogany, lies a single square photograph. It is creased. It shows a woman who is not Kira, holding a child. The child is older now. The woman stares directly at the camera, her expression unreadable. No windows are open. The door has not made a sound. The chill in the room deepens, crawling up his spine, settling in the marrow of his bones. It is the chill of a door left ajar, of a story not yet finished, of an audience of one who knows every line of the play. He picks up the photograph. His hand, for the first time since he stood in a Phoenix warehouse, is trembling. He looks from the haunting image in his hand to the vast, dark lawn beyond the glass, then back again. The air in the library is not right. It hasn't been for a very long time. And he understands, with a clarity that is both absolute and devastating, that the haunting is no longer something he is investigating. It is the condition of his life. The chill is not a clue left behind. It is the atmosphere of the world he built, and it is finally, irrevocably, settling in. The woman in the photograph had Jordan's eyes. The child had his smile. This was not a relic from the boathouse. That photo had been older, faded at the edges. This one was recent, the colors sharp, the child's face fuller. Someone had taken this within the last few months. Someone was keeping track. Kyle's mind, usually a vault of calculated moves, scrabbled for purchase. Kira? Had she found them? Was this her final move, not an accusation, but a delivery? Or was it the woman herself, emerging from whatever shadow Jordan had tucked her into, now seeing her chance? The gun was gone from the boathouse, he remembered. The French police had never logged it. A missing weapon from a death ruled inconclusive. A loose end. He heard the soft click of the library door closing. He hadn't heard it open. He spun, the photograph crinkling in his fist. Caleb Van Alder stood just inside the room, leaning heavily on his polished cane. His face was in shadow, but the light from the hallway etched the sharp lines of his jaw, the hollows of his cheeks. He looked like a monument to his own grief. "Can't sleep either." Caleb's voice was a dry rustle. He took a few steps into the room, his eyes passing over Kyle's clenched hand without comment. "I never liked this room at night. Too many windows. Too much emptiness looking in." Kyle forced his fingers to relax, sliding the photograph onto the desk behind him, face down. "I thought I felt a draft. A malfunction with the system, perhaps." "Perhaps," Caleb echoed. He stopped by the chair where Kyle usually sat, his hand resting on the leather wing. "You've done well, you know. Stepping into the breach, better than I could have hoped for." He paused, his gaze drifting to the dark lawn. A father knows his son, his weaknesses, his failings. Jordan was soft, beautiful but soft. The world would have eaten him alive. In a way, it did. The words hung in the chilled air, laced with a meaning that crept under Kyle's skin. Caleb turned his head, his eyes now fixed on Kyle. They were not the eyes of a grieving, broken man. They were the eyes of a CEO assessing an asset. "I required a correction," Caleb said, his tone conversational, almost gentle. "A recalibration of the future." The boy was a liability. His extracurricular family was a threat to everything built. His choices were leading to ruin, or worse, scandal. He tapped the head of his cane once on the Persian rug. A clean break was necessary. But nature, as they say, abhors a vacuum. Kyle's blood seemed to freeze in his veins, colder than the air by the window. He could not move, could not speak. "You didn't kill my son, Kyle," Caleb continued, as if discussing a minor stock fluctuation. "Some associate from his sordid little double life did that. Or perhaps it was the despair of a weak man facing consequences." The French police settled on the latter, with some gentle guidance. The narrative was clean. It allowed for a dignified end. He took a step closer. "But a narrative requires a next chapter, an heir, a successor. You were my contingency plan. From the moment my man in Phoenix flagged you, your study of Jordan, your hunger, your lack of ties, you were perfect clay." The room tilted. the meticulously constructed reality of the last year. His cunning, his opportunism, his brilliant theft, dissolved like mist. He had not infiltrated a world. He had been invited into a cage. Every step, from the lawyer's call to the ring on his finger, had been a step on a path laid by this old, ruthless man. The photograph, Kyle managed, the words ash in his mouth. A reminder, Caleb said, his voice losing its gentleness, turning to steel, that while you occupy the space my son failed to, you do not own it. I do. There are other branches on this tree, other potential heirs. Your position is not inherited. It's appointed, and it can be rescinded. Shh. Caleb turned and walked slowly back toward the door. He paused on the threshold, a silhouette against the warm light of the hall. Keep the photograph, he said, without looking back. Let it remind you of the chill. It is the chill of expectation, of duty, of my will. Sleep well, Kyle. The door shut softly behind him. Kyle stood alone in the silent, cold library. He looked at the photograph on the desk, then at his reflection in the dark window. The face that stared back was not his own, nor was it Jordan's. It was a mask, crafted by a master, and he had worn it so long he had forgotten his own skin beneath it. He had thought he was the author. He was merely a character, and the final draft had always belonged to Caleb. The air was not right. It was filled with the quiet, absolute control of a man who could orchestrate a death, a succession, and a haunting, all without ever raising his voice. The chill was permanent. It was the climate of his new world, and he would have to learn to live in it forever. He did not sleep. He sat in the leather chair, the photograph on the desk before him, and watched the sky lighten from black to a dull, smudged gray. The city's sounds began to filter up, the distant groan of garbage trucks, the first sirens. Normal sounds. They felt like a broadcast from another planet. Caleb's confession had not been a confession at all. It was a deed of ownership, transferred in the night. Kyle's entire ascent was recontextualized, each memory tainted. The lawyer's chance discovery of him, the suspiciously smooth transfer to France. Jordan's erratic behavior. Had Caleb's pressure driven him to those desperate, hidden plans? Had his own father's maneuvers made the boathouse inevitable? And Kira, her flight made a new, grim sense. She hadn't just seen a crime. She had seen the architecture of it, and understood she was looking at a power that could erase her without a ripple. A servant entered at 7 with a pot of coffee, setting it on the sideboard with a quiet nod. The routine was unchanged. The world went on. Kyle showered, dressed in a suit selected by a stylist now on the household payroll, and went down to breakfast. Caleb was already there, reading the Financial Times through antique spectacles. He glanced up. You look tired. The draft kept you up, I suppose. Yes, Kyle said, taking his seat. I'll have the engineers look at it. See it you do. Caleb turned a page. The board meeting is at 10. I've added you to the agenda for the Singapore expansion review. Be prepared. Henderson will try to poke holes. He's old guard. Doesn't like change. It was a normal conversation of a grooming a son. The horror of the night before was sealed under a layer of mundane ice. Kyle realized this was the true discipline required of him. Not the performance of being Jordan, but the acceptance of being Caleb's instrument. To live with the knowledge and never blink. The board meeting was a theater of subdued power. Kyle presented the figures, answered Henderson's barbed questions with calm precision. He felt Caleb's gaze on him measuring. Afterward, as the room emptied, Caleb approached. You handled Henderson well. You let him exhaust himself, then presented the closing data. It's a subtle art. Thank you, Kyle said. Subtlety is survival, Caleb said, his hand resting briefly on Kyle's shoulder. The touch was proprietary, Remember that. In the days that followed, Kyle began to see the strings. A memo from legal about discreetly resolving a potential claimant issue that bore a striking resemblance to the woman in the photograph. A security briefing that mentioned routine surveillance on a residential address in Montreal. Caleb was not just managing a corporation. He was managing the narrative, pruning the family tree with quiet, legal ruthlessness. Kyle was now part of the pruning mechanism. He found himself walking through the penthouse at night, not as its master, but as its chief attendant. He would stop before portraits of Van Alder ancestors, stern men and composed women who knew nothing of Phoenix warehouses or logistical reports. Their painted eyes seemed to hold a cold amusement. You are just the latest steward, they seemed to say. The blood is the thing, and you have none. The photograph he kept in a locked drawer of the desk. He did not look at it often, but he knew it was there. It was his own personal chill, a counterpoint to Caleb's overarching frost. It represented the chaos Caleb sought to control, the human fallout that could still potentially surge up and upset the elegant, terrible order. One afternoon, a plain envelope arrived by private courier. No return address. Inside was a key and a slip of paper with an address in Tribeca and a time, 8 p.m. dawn. The handwriting was a controlled, feminine script he did not recognize. He considered not going. He considered showing it to Caleb, a test of loyalty. But a deeper instinct, a remnant of the man who had once seized an opportunity, told him to go alone. This was a move outside the board. A wild card. The address led to a loft in a converted warehouse. He used the key. The space was mostly empty, white-walled, with vast windows overlooking the Hudson. A single chair sat in the center of the room. Kira stood by the window, her back to him. "You're late," she said without turning. "I didn't know I had an appointment." "You do now." She finally faced him. She looked older, sharper, stripped of her previous glitter. She wore simple black. "Owns you, doesn't he? He told you." Kyle said nothing. It was confirmation enough. "I thought I was so clever," she said, a bitter laugh escaping her. "I thought my silence was a weapon, but he knew I'd run. He counted on it. My disappearance made the story neater. The hysterical fiancé. It played right into his hands." "Man, why come back?" Kyle asked. "Why risk this?" "Because I am not the only one who knows," she said, stepping closer. "The woman, Elara. She knows about Jordan. She knows about the child. And she is not a fool. She's been waiting. Now she sees you, a stranger, wearing her lover's life. She won't be managed by lawyers and private investigators forever." "What do you want, Kira?" "I want a life," she said, her voice cracking for the first time. "One he can't reach. I have resources he doesn't know about. Jordan gave me things before the end. But I need a diversion, a permanent one." Kyle understood. She wanted Caleb's focus elsewhere. She wanted him looking at the looming threat of Elara and the legitimate heir, so she could slip away into a new identity, funded by Jordan's secret stashes. "You're asking me to betray him." "You can't betray a man who sees you as a tool," she spat. "You can only become useless, and then you'll end up like Jordan, or me, or in a shallow grave with a corporate excuse etched on your headstone." She took a deep breath. "Help me ensure Elara becomes his primary problem, not with violence, with information. A nudge, then we both get a chance. You to rule your gilded cage in peace, me to escape mine." She handed him a small, encrypted drive. "Everything I have on her. Locations, habits, the child's school. It's a starting point. You decide what to do with it. You can give it to Caleb and prove your loyalty, or you can let it slip into her hands. Let her know the full might of the Van Alder Empire is now personified by you, a man with no right to it." She will come for you, and while she does, I vanish. Mamis, day now. Kyle took the drive. It was warm from her hand. It felt like the first real choice he'd been offered in over a year. A choice between two types of servitude: loyal instrument to a ruthless king, or permanent guardian against a rightful queen, in a war orchestrated by a discarded princess. He left the loft without another word. On the street, the city noise was a roar. He put the drive in his pocket. It felt heavier than the signet ring. Back in the library, the chill was waiting. He sat at the desk, the drive, and the photograph before him. 2 women, 2 threats, 2 paths. Caleb's voice echoed in his memory. Subtlety is survival. He looked at the child's face in the photograph. The boy who, by blood, should be sitting in this chair. Kyle's hand went to the keyboard. He inserted the drive. Files opened. He saw a life, detailed and vulnerable. He saw a chance. He did not forward the files to Caleb's security chief. He did not delete them. He composed a new, anonymous email account. His fingers hovered over the keys. The chill in the room was no longer just Caleb's will, or the ghost of Jordan. It was the precipice of his own. He had wanted a world. Now he had to learn how to rule it, and that meant knowing when to share a secret, when to create a rival, and when to let 2 wolves circle each other, while he, the shepherd, decided which one to feed. He began with a single photograph. Not the one from the desk, but a different one from Kira's files. A candid shot of Ilara and the boy in a park, smiling. He attached no message. He sent it from the anonymous account to a secure private email he found buried in the data. When he guessed, she checked herself. A ping on the radar. A proof of knowledge. The response was not immediate. For a week, nothing changed. Caleb presided over dinners, discussed mergers, and the chill in the library remained a constant, unmentioned companion. Kyle performed his duties, but his mind was a split screen. One half focused on the corporate minutiae, the other tracking the silent digital space where he had cast a stone. The reply came on a Tuesday, a single line from a new, anonymous address. "Who are you?" He waited 2 days, then sent another image. This one was of the Van Alder building, its apex lit against the night sky. He followed it with text. "The man in your son's place." This time, the reply was faster. "What do you want?" Kyle leaned back in his chair, the blue light of the screen washing over his face. This was the delicate part. He had to plant the idea without seeming to plant it. He had to make her move without directing her. He typed, "I want stability. The current management wants erasure. You are a threat to that stability. I am not your enemy, but I am not your friend. I am a fact. Not a me. Kidmang. He hit send before he could second-guess the wording. It was a gambit, positioning himself as a neutral party, a mere administrator, when in truth he was the usurper. He needed her to see Caleb as the primary architect of her misfortune, and himself as a potentially malleable obstacle. Her next message was longer. It contained a date, a time, and the name of a café in Montreal. "Come alone. I will know if you don't." He could not go to Montreal. His movements were tracked, if not by Caleb directly, then by the security apparatus that served him. An unexplained trip would raise flags. Instead, he sent the address of a small, discreet art gallery in Soho, and a time 3 days later. "New York is my ground. You be safe. A public place. We will each bring one person, a show of good faith." He expected a refusal. He received a single word. Agreed. Kira had asked for a diversion. He was creating a summit. The risk was monumental. If Caleb discovered this, it would be seen as the ultimate betrayal. Negotiating with the legitimate heir. Kyle was beginning to understand the true geometry of power. Caleb held all the official cards. Elara held the moral blood-right card. Kyle held only the card of presence. To survive, he had to make himself the essential pivot between them. The day of the meeting, he told his assistant he was visiting a potential gallery for the corporate collection. A pet project had floated to Caleb weeks ago. It was a thin cover, but it would suffice for a few hours. He brought no one. He walked into the gallery, a space of white walls and concrete floors, the air smelling of crisp paper and ink. Panic. He was early. She was already there. Elara stood before a large abstract print, her posture straight and tense. She was younger than he expected, with a quiet, watchful intensity. She was alone. He approached slowly, stopping a few feet away, also pretending to study the art. "You look less like him in person," she said quietly, without turning her head. "The photographs are too kind to you. You have harder eyes." "I've had to," Kyle replied. "Where is my son?" Her voice was low, but it vibrated with a force that belied her calm exterior. "Safe, for now. Caleb's people watch, but they do not engage. He contains problems. He doesn't necessarily explode them, unless forced." She finally looked at him. Her eyes were indeed Jordan's, but where his had been dreamy, hers were flint. "And you? Are you a problem he's containing?" "I am the container," Kyle said, meeting her gaze. "And I am finding the contents increasingly volatile." A faint, grim smile touched her lips. "So this is a plea for help? From the thief to the owner?" "It's a statement of mutual interest," he said. "Caleb's control is absolute, but it is predicated on silence, on things staying in their assigned boxes. You, by your very existence, are outside the box. I, by my performance, am inside it. If you make a loud public claim, if you go to the courts, the media, you will force his hand. He will either have to acknowledge you, which he will never do, or he will have to remove you. The latter is more his style." Said, "And you would be implicated," she stated. "I would be the face of the empire you are attacking. Yes, we would both lose. He would sacrifice me to save the bloodline's reputation, and you would be destroyed in the process. Then, what is your proposal?" "Patience," Kyle said. "And pressure. Let him age. Let his grip loosen incrementally. I manage the day-to-day. I become indispensable. And you remain a quiet, known threat in the background. A threat I can argue is better managed through subtle support than through confrontation. I can funnel resources to you, legally. Trusts, educational funds. You want to buy us off," she said, her voice cold. "I want to keep you alive and out of his crosshairs until the balance of power shifts. When Caleb is gone, the board, the world, they will be used to me. But you will have the blood claim and the documentation to prove it. We would have to come to an arrangement then." He was proposing a long-term, silent partnership with the woman whose life he had stolen. The audacity of it made his own skin crawl, but he saw the calculation in her eyes. She was weighing the safety of her child against the fury of justice. "And the other woman? The one who ran?" Kyle kept his face still. "What about her?" "She contacted me weeks ago. She told me to be careful of you, that you were Caleb's creature." Kira was playing her own game. "Of course she was. I am what circumstances have made me," he said carefully. "Just as you are. She is a fugitive. Her goal is chaos. Ours, I would hope, is survival." Elara studied him for a long minute. The gallery was silent except for the soft hum of the climate control. "I will consider your proposal," she said finally. "Do not contact me again. I will contact you when I have decided. If you try to find us, If Caleb's surveillance tightens, the deal is off, and I will burn everything down." She turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing softly until she disappeared around a corner. Kyle remained before the abstract print, its blurred lines and violent smudges of color suddenly making perfect sense. He had not secured an alliance. He had opened a dialogue. He had placed himself in the narrow, treacherous space between two fires. Walking back out into the New York afternoon, the sunlight felt artificial, like a stage light. He checked his phone. A message from Caleb's assistant. "Your father requests your presence at the property in Connecticut this weekend. He wishes to discuss succession planning in a private setting." No. The chill was no longer just in the library. It was in the sunlight, in the message, in the very air he breathed. He was walking a wire strung between two towers, and from both sides the winds were beginning to blow. He put his phone away and walked on, the face of the city, a mask. And behind every mask, another set of watching, calculating eyes. Story 4. The light in the study was wrong. It was a detail Clifford would only recognize later, in the long, hollow hours of replaying that night. The green-shaded banker's lamp on the vast oak desk was lit, casting its usual pool of buttery warmth over the leather blotter. But the light from the hallway, a soft, diffuse glow from a crystal sconce, fell across the Persian rug in a jagged, interrupted shape. A shadow, thick and unmoving, cut across the pattern of burgundy and gold. It was the shadow of the high-backed chair, his father's chair. But it was too tall, too still. The chair was empty. The shadow was not from the chair. He stood in the doorway, the cold of the marble foyer still clinging to his coat. The house was silent, a deep, woolen silence that seemed to absorb sound. He had come late, summoned not by a call, but by a feeling. A low-grade dread that had hummed in his veins since dinner. His wife, Geraldine, had touched his wrist as he stood from the table. "You're cold," she'd said. And he was. It was always cold now in this house. He stepped into the room. The air smelled of old paper, fine cigar smoke ingrained in the wood, and beneath it, a coppery organic scent he knew but could not immediately place. His eyes followed the errant shadow to its source. Umberto, the oak. Marchesi lay on the floor beside the desk, a fallen monarch. He was on his back, his arms slightly spread, as if he had decided to rest there. The dark, glistening bloom on his cream silk waistcoat was not large, but it was precise. A single, fatal punctuation mark over his heart. His eyes were open, looking not at the coffered ceiling, but toward the tall windows that showed the black, indifferent lake beyond the lawn. Clifford did not rush forward. He did not cry out. He stood, and the world narrowed to that wrong shadow, the still form, the smell. This was the room where his father had built an empire on whispers and iron, where Clifford, the youngest, the disappointment, the one who chose architecture over arm-twisting, had been lectured, dismissed, and finally, quietly ignored. The oak had two other sons. Vincent, all explosive temper and brutish loyalty, and Michael, whose mind was a fragile vase, cracked by the pressure of the name he bore. The succession was never a question. It was never Clifford. He heard the footsteps then, heavy and hurried on the marble. Vincent appeared in the doorway, his face a mask of theatrical shock that slipped for a fraction of a second when he saw Clifford standing there, calm and observant. "Pop!" Vincent roared, rushing past him, kneeling, his hands fluttering over the body. He looked up, his eyes accusing. "What did you see? Who was here?" "Only the shadow," Clifford said, his voice quiet in the thick air. The machinery of the family engaged with a silent, terrible efficiency. Dexter, the consigliere, arrived within the hour, a neat, gray man in a neat, gray overcoat, carrying a leather briefcase that contained not law, but solutions. The body was not moved. Not yet. Dexter took photographs with a small, serious camera. He noted the position of the glass on the desk, clean, unused. The state of the cigar in the ashtray, half smoked, ash neatly tapped. The window latch, locked from the inside. He moved like a ghost, his presence only a soft rustle and the occasional click of the shutter. The shot was professional, Dexter said, not looking up from his examination of the floor near the French doors. Close range. Small caliber, likely suppressed. He let someone in. He turned his back. He trusted. Who? Vincent spat, pacing like a caged bear, the grief already hardening into fury. The question is not who, Clifford said from the armchair in the corner where he had retreated. He was watching them all, the scene etching itself onto his mind with glacial clarity. The question is why now? The Accardi family is weak. The Sullivans are negotiating a truce. This isn't a power grab. It's a message. Dexter paused and looked at Clifford, a long, appraising look. Vincent scoffed. Since when do you know anything about messages? Since always, Clifford thought. He read buildings. He understood load-bearing walls, structures that appeared solid but were rotten inside, the subtle shifts that presaged a collapse. This house, this family, was a flawed design. His father had been the keystone. Now removed, the whole edifice was groaning. The police, of course, were a managed affair. A sympathetic captain, a man whose daughter's tuition at a prestigious university was a line item in the family's charitable ledger, came and went. The official story was a heart attack, a tragedy. The real investigation began in the soundproof back room of the Florentine Supper Club, under the mournful gaze of a faded mural of the Arno. Vincent wanted war. He wanted to burn the city until the killer smoked out. Michael, pale and sweating, sipped brandy and said nothing, his hands trembling. Dexter presented options, alliances to shore up, territories to secure. Clifford sat, listening. He felt Geraldine's absence like a phantom limb. She was home, in their modern and airy apartment full of light and art, a world away from this velvet-draped tomb. She represented the life he had painstakingly built outside the shadow of the oak tree. That life was now receding, a shoreline glimpsed from a ship being pulled out to sea. Clifford would be the face, Dexter said quietly. Vincent, your temper is known. Michael is not well. Clifford is respectable. He is legitimate. He can meet with the commissioners, the councilmen. He can hold the center while we address the periphery. Nonne caderain. Vincent's fist hit the table. He's a damn draftsman. This is my right. Your right is to protect the family, Dexter said, his voice like a closing vault door. Your father's will is clear. In the event of his departure, control of the legitimate holdings passes to Clifford to preserve them. The other interests are to be managed by a council. You, me, and God help us, Michael. But Clifford is the head of the table now. Clifford felt the weight descend, cold and immense. It was not an offer. It was a sentence. He looked at his brothers, one a weapon without a target, the other a cracked bell, and understood. The outsider was now the keystone, not because he was the strongest, but because he was the only piece that could fit without causing the entire structure to shatter immediately. His transformation was not a sudden explosion of violence, but a slow, deliberate chilling. He began to spend days in his father's study. He learned the books, not just the legitimate ones for the construction firms and the waste management contracts, but the others written in a code of percentages and nicknames. He met the associates, men like Silent, Joe Petrovich, who spoke only with his eyes, and the twins Marco and Mario, who moved with a terrifying, synchronized grace. He listened. He remembered everything. He also saw the fear. In the eyes of a restaurant owner who paid for protection, in the slight tremor of a city inspector accepting an envelope, he saw the vast, invisible architecture of control his father had built, a Gothic cathedral of fear and favor, and he saw the cracks. Payments missed, a shipment gone astray, a growing boldness from the Accardi remnants, whispers of a new player, someone not bound by the old neighborhood loyalties. Geraldine watched him freeze over. "You're becoming a ghost," she told him one night, her voice breaking the silence of their now strange apartment. "You leave here and you go into that house, and you'll come back smelling of that house, of cigar smoke and something else. Something dead. It's just business," he said, the lie tasting like ash. "It's a funeral," she whispered, "and you're the one lying in the coffin." The investigation into his father's death became his obsession, a quiet counterpoint to Vincent's loud vendettas. While Vincent had men beaten in alleys, Clifford sat in the study, in the very spot where the wrong shadow had fallen. He had Dexter's photographs enlarged. He studied the angle of the shadow, the dust motes frozen in the flash. He noted a single, almost invisible scuff on the floorboard near the French door, a tiny arc, as if someone had pivoted, heel grinding softly. He requested the household logs, the gardener schedule, the grocery deliveries. In the mundane, he sought the anomaly. And he found it. A name. A delivery van from Lakeview Florists had come that afternoon for a standing order. Lilies for Humberto's wife, dead 10 years. The order was genuine. The driver was not. The regular driver, a man named Polly, had called in sick. The substitute had been described as polite, quiet, with glasses. He had been let in by the housekeeper, had placed the flowers in the foyer vase, and left. No one saw his face clearly. He knew the routine. Clifford visited Polly, who was recovering from a sudden, violent stomach flu, brought on by a gifted bottle of whiskey from a grateful customer the night before. The description of the customer matched half the men in the city. It was clean. It was perfect. He began to walk the city at night, through the neighborhoods his family controlled. He saw the crumbling brickwork under fresh paint, the rotten foundations of buildings his father owned. He understood then that his father wasn't killed for being weak, but for being old, for holding on to a world that was already dissolving. The new world didn't want dawns and sit-downs. It wanted algorithms and cryptocurrencies and violence that could be outsourced to a blank-faced contractor who delivered flowers. The climax was not a shootout in a rainy warehouse. It was a conversation in a sun-drenched conservatory, filled with the humid breath of orchids. Clifford had requested a meeting with old man Accardi, his father's ancient rival. He found a withered figure in a wheelchair, a blanket over his knees, his eyes milky with cataracts. "You look like your mother," the old man rasped. "She had those calm eyes. Humberto had the eyes of a fire. It consumed him in the end." "Did you order the hit?" Clifford asked, his voice soft among the dripping leaves. Accardi laughed, a dry rattle. "I order my breakfast, boy. I haven't ordered a thing like that in 20 years. Your father and I, we understood the map. This is new cartography." "Who? A shark doesn't smell the blood of one specific fish. It smells blood. Your father was bleeding for years. You just couldn't see it. The business with the ports, the failed bid on the casino license. He was a king in a paper crown. Someone just needed to breathe on him." The old man leaned forward, a faint scent of camphor and decay emanating from him. "Ask your lawyer. Ask the gray man. He knows where all the bodies are buried because he picks the plots." The betrayal was not a shock, but a confirmation. The final piece of a design he had been tracing all along. Dexter had seen the future. He saw Vincent's recklessness and Michael's frailty. He saw Clifford's cold, analytical mind. He had removed the old, stubborn keystone, knowing the structure would settle onto a new, more pliable one. Himself. The consigliere was to become the kingmaker, with Clifford as his puppet, managing the legitimate front while Dexter wielded the real power from the shadows. The perfect, bloodless coup. Confrontation came in the study, of course, the scene of the crime. Clifford had had Dexter brought there under the pretext of reviewing the will. He stood by the French doors, his back to the lake. The shadow was wrong, Clifford began, not turning around. From the hallway light, it was too long for the chair. It was the shadow of a man standing just here, inside the room, waiting. My father let him in. He trusted him. He turned to walk to his desk, and the man, who had just delivered a reminder of his dead wife, shot him in the back. Then he left, locking the window latch from the inside as he went. A little trick. He used a key he'd had made years ago. He turned. Dexter stood by the desk, his face impassive, but his eyes were watchful, calculating. Polly's whiskey. The florist's uniform. It was elegant, Dexter. A work of art. I don't know what you're talking about, Clifford. Grief has clouded your judgment. Grief? Clifford almost smiled. No. Architecture. You removed the load-bearing wall. You assumed the rest of the structure would lean on you. But you misjudged the material. He nodded once. Silent Joe Petrovich stepped from behind the velvet drapes in the corner. Not the twins. Joe was old school. Loyal to the office, not the man. His pistol was fitted with a long, black suppressor. Dexter's composure finally cracked, a hairline fracture. You can't. The arrangements, the agreements with the unions, the politicians, only I know the threads. Me, Isagwa. I'll learn the threads, Clifford said. His voice was now the temperature of the lake in winter. Or I'll cut them. We're in an era of change, you said so yourself. Time to simplify the design. He did not give the order. He simply held Dexter's gaze, and his silence was the only command needed. Joe's gun coughed once, a soft, wet thump. Dexter folded onto the Persian rug, not far from where Humberto had fallen. Another dark bloom on the cream wool. Clifford walked to the desk and sat in his father's chair. He did not look at the body. He looked out at the lake, the gray water merging with the gray sky. He felt the cold weight settle into his bones, permanent now. He had not wanted this crown, but he would wear it. He would become the shadow in the room, the wrong light, the silent, calculating force that held the crumbling world together through sheer, frozen will. The epilogue was a ritual. Every evening, as dusk bled into the black over the lake, Clifford would enter the study. He would lock the door. He would turn on the green-shaded lamp and the hallway sconce. He would sit in the high-backed chair and look at the two faint, indelible stains on the magnificent rug. One for his father, one for the man who killed him. He would review the ledgers. He would take calls in a quiet voice. He would think of Geraldine, who had left, taking the last of the light with her. He would think of Vincent, now running the enforcement arm with a terrifying, focused brutality, and Michael, in a sanitarium in Switzerland, painting the same tree over and over. And he would wait. He knew the shark could smell blood. His own. He had become the keystone, but he also knew that in this new, ruthless architecture, every stone was eventually replaced. The investigation was never over. The questions never ended. Who was next? When would they come? From what shadow? The light would fall, the shadow of his chair stretching long and dark across the floor. And in the perfect, silent stillness of the room, he would listen, not for a sound, but for the slightest change in the pressure of the air, the most minute shift in the pattern of the light, the first faint scent of a new flower delivered by a stranger with a polite smile and eyes that missed nothing. The ritual was the waiting. The waiting was the life. And the lake outside remained, black, depthless, and cold. The call came on a Tuesday. The voice on the other end was smooth, digitally altered, a bland robotic monotone. A package requires your signature. It will be delivered tomorrow at 4. Be alone. Clifford did not change his routine. He attended a zoning board meeting for a new waterfront development, his family's construction firm the silent backer. He shook hands with the commissioner, a man whose eyes flickered away from Clifford's after a second too long. The coldness in Clifford's chest was a useful thing. It kept his hand steady, his smile a precise, meaningless curve. At 3:55 the next afternoon, he was in the study. He had dismissed the staff. Vincent was across town, dealing with a problem at the docks. The house was its usual tomb. He did not sit. He stood by the French doors, his back to the room, watching the lawn slope down to the lake. The sky was the color of dull metal. The doorbell chimed, a soft, archaic sound. He heard the front door open and close. Footsteps in the foyer, measured, unhurried. They stopped at the study threshold. Clifford did not turn. The door is open. The man who entered was not the florist. He was younger, dressed in the dark suit and crisp white shirt of a corporate courier. He carried a slim aluminum case. His face was unremarkable, the kind you forget as soon as you look away. But his posture was all wrong for a deliveryman. It was too balanced, too ready. "Mr. Marchesi, please sign here." The man placed the case on the desk and produced a digital tablet. Clifford turned slowly. He did not approach the desk. "What's in the case?" "According to the manifest, rare books, for your collection." The courier's eyes were flat, like chips of glass. He held out the stylus. Clifford ignored it. He walked to the desk, his movements deliberate. He did not look at the case. He looked at the man's shoes. Polished black leather, but the soles were clean, too clean for a day of city deliveries. "You're new. The usual courier is named Ben." Scheduling change, sir." The man's voice held no inflection. Clifford's hand moved, not toward the tablet, but to the intercom button on the desk phone. He pressed it. "Mrs. Henderson, could you bring some coffee for our guest?" His voice was calm, ordinary. The courier's eyes flickered, just once, toward the door. It was the tell. The request for coffee was the household's coded alert, established after Dexter. No one was in the kitchen, but Silent Joe was in the small anteroom down the hall. "I'm afraid I'm on a schedule," the courier said. He placed the tablet on the desk and reached for the case's latches. "Perhaps you'd like to inspect the contents first." "Don't," Clifford said. The word was not loud, but it froze the man's hands. Clifford finally met his gaze. "The case is pressure sensitive, or it's wired to the latches. A refinement on the old parcel bomb. Neat, professional." The courier smiled. It was a small, professional smile. "You have a suspicious mind, Mr. Marchesi. It's the only mind I have left." Clifford kept his hands in plain view on the desk. "Who sent you?" "Not the Accardis. The new cartography," the courier said, echoing old man Accardi's words. "You're a symbol of the old map. Symbols need to be updated." The door to the study opened. Joe stood there, his pistol already leveled. The courier did not startle. He slowly raised his hands. "Check the case," Clifford said. Joe moved forward, his eyes never leaving the courier. He knelt, examined the case without touching it, then gave a single, grim nod. "Take him to Vincent," Clifford said. "Tell my brother to be persuasive." The courier's smile didn't waver. "There are more where I come from. The service has many employees. The contract remains open." After they were gone, Clifford stood alone in the quiet. The aluminum case sat on his father's desk, a sleek, modern threat in the old, wood-paneled room. He felt no triumph, only a deeper layer of cold. Dexter had been a known quantity, a betrayal from within the design. This was something else. This was the market itself, efficient and anonymous. He was no longer just a mobster's son defending a territory. He was a business model being disrupted. He walked to the window. The first few drops of rain began to streak the glass, blurring the view of the lake. The shark wasn't just smelling blood anymore. It was being hired. The investigation had just expanded into a shadow war against a faceless corporate enemy. And Clifford, the architect, knew that to fight a structure you couldn't see, you had to become something else entirely. Not just a keystone. Foundation. Buried deep in the dark, cold earth. He turned from the window and went back to the ledgers. The numbers, at least, were still something he could understand. The ledgers provided no answers, only a map of the decay. Profits were down in the usual places, the protection rackets, the illegal gambling rooms. They were being undercut by online operations based in offshore havens. The legitimate construction business was thriving, but it was a clean, visible entity, a shell that could not protect its own core. Clifford saw the duality clearly now. He had to rule two kingdoms, one of concrete and steel, and one of shadow and silence. The first required a smile for the cameras. The second required a void where a man used to be. Vincent's methods yielded nothing. The courier, whose name was never learned, died in a warehouse without uttering another word. He was a ghost, a bullet fired from an unseen gun. The aluminum case, when carefully disarmed by a terrified specialist, contained a shaped charge designed to obliterate everything within 15 feet of the desk. It was not just an assassination. It was an erasure. Clifford began his own counter-design. He used the legitimate business as a shield and a sieve. He ordered audits, not to find discrepancies, but to create a blizzard of paperwork, a labyrinth of holding companies and subsidiaries that would take years for any outsider to navigate. He funneled the dirty money through this new maze, not to hide it, but to dilute it, to make it indistinguishable from the clean. He was merging the two kingdoms into a single, impenetrable citadel. He also made a visit, not to a rival, but to a server farm on the industrial edge of the city. He met with a young man named Leo, a former hacker his father had once blackmailed into service. Leo worked in a chilled, humming room surrounded by the blink of blue lights. "I need a different kind of enforcement," Clifford said, his breath misting in the cold air. Leo, pale and twitchy, nodded. "You want me to crash their systems? Steal their crypto?" "No," Clifford said. "I want you to listen. I want you to find the whispers. The contracts, the bids, the communications for this service. And they are a business. Businesses leave digital footprints, invoices, routing numbers, IP addresses. Find the footprint." It was a different kind of war, fought in lines of code and data packets. While Vincent's men patrolled the physical streets, Leo's programs slithered through the dark web, setting digital traps and tracing electronic ghosts. Weeks passed. The rain turned to a hard, icy sleet that rattled the windows of the study. The ritual continued, but now Clifford had a second screen on the desk. A live feed of Leo's most promising data trails. He felt the pressure changing. The anonymous attacks ceased, but the silence was more ominous than the violence. It meant they were reassessing. It meant the next attempt would be different. Geraldine sent a letter. It was brief, written on crisp, plain stationery. She was filing for divorce. She hoped he would not contest it. She wished him well, a phrase that felt like a stone dropped into the deep well of him. He did not contest it. He signed the papers his new, carefully vetted lawyer brought him, his signature a stark, angular thing on the line. The last thread to that other life, the life of sunlight and drafting tables, was cut. The break in the case came from an unexpected direction. Michael in Switzerland had a moment of lucidity. He called, his voice thin and far away, but clear. "The flowers," he said. Father always hated lilies, said they were funeral flowers. Mother loved gardenias. Only gardenias. Only gardenias. Clifford stood frozen, the phone pressed to his ear. The standing order was for lilies. The killer had known the order, but not the sentiment. It was a detail Dexter, for all his meticulous planning, might have missed. He was a strategist, not a sentimentalist. But someone else had provided the information, someone who knew the routine but not the heart of the house. He went back to the household logs, to the list of staff who had been dismissed or retired in the year before his father's death. There was a name, Elena, the old head housekeeper, who had left to care for a sister in another state. Clifford found the sister's address. It was a tidy apartment in a middle-class neighborhood. Elena was dead, had died 6 months ago. But the sister, a sharp-eyed woman named Rosa, was alive. She was scared at the end, Rosa said, over bitter coffee. She said she'd taken money for something small. Just some schedules, some habits of the old man. She thought it was for the newspapers, for gossip. Then he died. She was sure they'd kill her to tie up the loose end. And who paid her? Clifford asked, his voice soft. A lawyer. Not the one who came to the house. A different one. Younger. She met him at a coffee shop. He paid in cash. Rosa described him. The description matched no one Clifford knew. But Leo, when given the description and the time frame, found a pattern. A retainer payment from a shell corporation to a small, discreet, private investigation firm. The firm had a single client, another shell corporation. Leo followed the digital breadcrumbs, a trail of encrypted payments and proxy servers that led, not to a rival family, but to a venture capital fund based in Delaware. The fund had a name, Midas Holdings. Its portfolio was a mix of tech startups, logistics companies, and, recently, several waste management and construction firms in the city. Firms that had been quietly buying up contracts that once belonged to the Marchesi interests. Clifford sat in the study, the green lamp casting its pool of light. He looked from the ancient, stained rug to the modern, glowing screen. The enemy had a name now, but it was not a person. It was a system. A system that saw his father's empire not as a rival kingdom, but as an inefficient asset to be acquired and stripped. They had hired Dexter to remove the old management. They had hired the courier to remove the new, uncooperative management. It was all just corporate restructuring. The phone rang. It was Vincent, his voice tight with fury. We've got a problem at the port. The union's talking strike. Our guys are being sidelined. The new shipping coordinator is some suit from a company called Midas Logistics. He's got the paperwork. It's all legal. I know, Clifford said, watching the sleek trace icy paths down the window. Let him have the port. Let him have it. Vincent roared. For now, Clifford said. He was looking at the data on his screen, at the intricate web of holdings and investments. We need to understand the full shape of the structure before we bring it down. Tear it down piecemeal and it will just rebuild. You have to target the foundation. He hung up and leaned back in his father's chair. The cold in him had crystallized into a sharp, diamond-hard focus. The war was no longer about streets or even shadows. It was about ownership. They wanted his city, piece by piece. They saw it as a product. He would show them it was a fortress. And he would use their own tools, law, finance, information, to build the walls so high they would never see the blow coming. He would become the most dangerous thing a system could face, a patient, intelligent, and utterly ruthless anomaly. The waiting was over. Now, it was time to draw the new map himself. The first move was a concession. Clifford instructed his lawyers to approve the union's new demands at the port, demands brokered by the Midas appointinator God. The deal was ruinously expensive, designed to bleed the Marchesi operation dry. Vincent stormed into the study, his knuckles white, but Clifford silenced him with a look. Give them the rope, he said, his eyes on the financial projections Leo had compiled. Let them think they've won the arm. We're focusing on the heart. The heart was data. Leo, working in his chilled crypt, had begun to see the outlines of Midas's own foundation. It was built on leverage, not the old-fashioned kind with baseball bats and broken knees, but with debt, blackmail, and compromised information. They didn't own politicians. They owned their secrets, stored in encrypted files. They didn't smash competitors. They bankrupted them with predatory loans and then bought the assets for pennies. It was violence refined into a spreadsheet. Clifford's counter was a mirror. He used the construction firm's legitimate banking relationships to secure lines of credit, then had Leo create a complex series of blind trusts and offshore entities. With this capital, he began to quietly purchase debt, not his own. The debt of Midas's other targets: a struggling hospital network, a family-owned newspaper, a chain of neighborhood grocery stores. He bought the paper at a discount and then, through intermediaries, forgave it. He created allies in the shadows, saving them from the vulture while leaving Midas unaware of the hand that intervened. He also studied the man at the top. The CEO of Midas Holdings was a figure named Alistair Finch. He was in his late 50s, photographed at charity galas and tech conferences. A man with a patrician smile and eyes that held the warmth of a ledger sheet. He had no criminal record, no ties to the old world. He was a ghost in a bespoke suit. The break came from Rosa, the housekeeper's sister. She called, her voice trembling. I found it, in Elena's old prayer book. A slip of paper. It was a license plate number, scribbled in Elena's careful hand. The lawyer who paid her had been careless. Leo traced the plate to a rental car, and from there to a credit card used at a hotel downtown. The card belonged to a junior associate at a prestigious law firm, one that represented Midas Holdings. The associate had no idea his card had been cloned for a side operation. It was another layer of insulation, but it was a crack. Clifford now had a face, a name: the junior lawyer. He was not a target. He was a tool. Clifford had him followed, his routines mapped. The lawyer was ambitious, vain, and in debt from his taste for expensive watches. Clifford arranged for him to win a large, seemingly legitimate bet on a horse race through a bookie Vincent controlled. Flush with unexpected cash, the lawyer grew sloppy. He began meeting his private client, a Midas fixer, at a regular bar, thinking his good fortune was a sign of his own cleverness. Vincent wanted to grab the fixer. Clifford refused. We watch, we listen, we learn the chain. They planted a bug in the lawyer's favorite booth. The conversations were cautious, but patterns emerged. The fixer reported to someone referred to only as the architect. The architect approved expenditures, strategies, acquisitions. The fixer was nervous about the Marchesi situation. The subject is not reacting according to profile, he said one evening. The clink of ice in his glass clear on the recording. He's setting ground without a fight. It's irregular. The architect's response, relayed later, was dismissive. Irregular is not a threat. It is a statistical anomaly. Continue the pressure. He will break or he will become irrelevant. Clifford played the recording in the study. He smiled then, a thin, cold movement of his lips. They had diagnosed him as an anomaly. Good. An anomaly was unpredictable. An anomaly could not be modeled. He initiated phase 2. Using the debt forgiveness scheme, he had gained the loyalty of the editor of the newspaper Midas was trying to acquire. Clifford provided him with a story, carefully vetted, with all sources obscured. It was an exposé on the predatory lending practices of a certain venture capital fund, detailing the human cost of their efficient restructuring. It named no names, but the description fit Midas perfectly. The story ran on the front page. The next day, Alistair Finch's polished facade cracked, just for a moment. He gave a press conference calling the article reckless fiction, but his eyes were furious. The system relied on operating in the dark. Clifford had shown a light, however faint. Finch's response was swift. A week later, the newspaper's building was cited for a dozen sudden, serious code violations by a city inspector who had recently enjoyed a lavish vacation paid for by a Midas subsidiary. The message was clear. They could play the legitimate game better and dirtier. But Clifford had anticipated this. He'd already moved the newspaper's critical servers to a secure location Leo had arranged. The physical press was hobbled, but the digital voice continued, growing louder. The story spread online, picked up by smaller outlets Clifford had also quietly shielded. The war entered a new phase. A duel of perceptions fought in boardrooms and bandwidth. Clifford felt the pressure mounting, a constant silent hum in the background of his life, like the drone of the server farm. He slept little. He ate less. The cold inside him was now a source of energy, a nuclear core that fueled his calculations. One night, as he sat in the study, a new alert flashed on Leo's screen. An attempt to hack into the construction firm's project management servers. It was sophisticated, but Leo had layered the defenses himself. He traced the attack back, not to a Midas IP, but to a university in Eastern Europe. A student's computer, hijacked as a bot. They're testing our digital fences. Leo's voice crackled over the secure line, feeling for weaknesses. Let them find one, Clifford said, his gaze on the Black Lake. Create a weakness, a back door into a server that contains nothing but what we want them to see. He was building a trap, not of brick and mortar, but of information and assumption. He would show the system an anomaly it could understand, a flaw it could exploit. And when it reached in to correct the flaw, he would have its hand. The Shadow War was becoming a reflection, each side trying to mirror and manipulate the other until one image shattered. Clifford leaned forward, the green lamp casting his own severe shadow across the desk. A shadow that was slowly, patiently, learning to swallow the light. Story 5. The steady metronomic clack of a typewriter key was the only sound in the room, a mechanical heartbeat in the dusty silence of the old office. Then it stopped, not with a final decisive strike, but mid-word, as if the thought itself had been severed. The silence that followed was not empty. It was a living thing, thick and expectant, pressing against the eardrums, filled with the phantom echo of the sound and the sudden, chilling awareness of its absence. Outside that room, in the clean, cruel sunlight of a Tuesday morning in the town of Mercy's Point, a different sound had stopped. The sharp, flat reports, 5 of them, that had cracked the morning wide open. They were gone now, too, replaced by a screaming silence that was quickly filling with real screams. Jeffrey Vale heard about it on a transistor radio buzzing with static in his cabin 10 miles out of town. The newsman's voice was a study in controlled panic. Sniper. Town square. 5 dead. 1 in custody. Jeffrey listened, his hands pausing over the disassembled parts of a vintage fishing reel. The oil on his fingers smelled metallic, like old blood. He did not move for a long time. He simply watched a dust mote drift through a sunbeam, thinking of trajectories, of sight lines, of the particular, hollow point silence that follows a shot. He was not a detective. He was an ex-soldier, a man who had been trained to see patterns in chaos and to distrust the obvious pattern most of all. The reel in his hands was a puzzle of tension and release. So was this. The man in custody was Leo Price, a reclusive clockmaker with a shop on the square. They found him in his apartment above the shop, curled on the floor, a military-grade M24 rifle beside him, his hands stained not with powder, but with the grease and ink he used on his clock faces. He offered no resistance. He said only one thing, over and over. A whisper against the rough fabric of an officer's jacket. I heard the ticking stop. Ariel Thorne, the county prosecutor, saw a slam dunk. The weapon, the location, the man's own strange words. She was a woman carved from ambition and polished by the law. Her suits sharp enough to cut, her eyes missing nothing. She saw a community shattered, a monster caught, a path to justice paved straight and clear. She did not see Jeffrey Vale until he was already in her office, a quiet presence in a worn canvas jacket, smelling of pine resin and gun oil. "He didn't fire that rifle," Jeffrey said, his voice a low, gravelly thing. "He didn't ask to sit." "Ballistics says otherwise," Ariel replied, not looking up from her file. "Ballistics matches the rifle to the bullets. It doesn't match the man to the rifle. His hands. Did you look at his hands?" She had. Slender, long-fingered, stained with the delicate work of tiny gears. Not a tremor. A sniper's hands, some might say. But Jeffrey had seen snipers' hands. They were like his own, capable of stillness, yes, but bearing a specific callus, a particular set of muscles. Leo's hands were the hands of an artist, not a shooter. The arrest report noted no hearing protection. 5 shots from a high-powered rifle in an enclosed space, and the man wasn't deafened. He was whispering. Ariel dismissed him. But the seed was planted. It grew in the dark soil of her own doubt, watered by the things that didn't fit. The timeline was a tight, perfumed knot. The angle from Leo's window to the third victim, a florist named Mrs. Peabody, was wrong by 3 degrees. A sniper of that caliber does not miss a degree. Jeffrey worked alone. He walked the square at dawn, when the light was long and shadows told truths the midday sun concealed. He felt the geography of it in his bones. The clock tower, the dry goods store, the bench where old Mr. Hendricks had died reading his paper. He mapped the killings not as points on a police chart, but as a sentence, a message. Each victim was a word. The florist, the grocer, the librarian, the barber, the retiree. Ordinary, connected only by place, by the fact of their existence in Mercy's Point on that Tuesday. He found the first fragment in an alley, behind a dumpster that smelled of rotten fruit and ammonia. A shell casing, not from the M24, a different caliber, a ghost shot. He held it in his palm, the brass cool and innocent, a single silent word in the wrong sentence. Ariel came to him that night, rain glossing the streets of the town, turning the neon of a bar sign into a smear of red poison. She found him in his cabin, the fishing reel reassembled, lying perfect and inert on the table. "Why?" she asked. The professional armor cracked, revealing the raw, furious need beneath. "Why stage it? Why frame a clockmaker?" "To bury the real reason," Jeffrey said, staring out at the black pines. "A good frame isn't about providing a culprit. It's about providing a story so satisfying, so complete, that no one thinks to look for another. The lonely weirdo, the accessible weapon, the public tragedy. It closes the case. It closes the mind." The conspiracy was not a monolith. It was a virus. It lived in the polite refusal of the mayor to reopen the zoning permits for the old mill north of town. It lived in the sudden, unanimous approval by the town council a month after the shooting. It lived in the sleek, black vehicles of a private security firm that now patrolled the area where the new logistics hub was being built. A project spearheaded by a holding company so vast it was essentially a ghost. The true mastermind was not a man who gave orders. He was a climate. His name was Alistair Rook, and he was not a villain from a noir film. He was a keynote speaker at economic forums, his photograph in business magazines, his hands clean, his smile benevolent. He created environments where certain outcomes were inevitable. He needed the mill land. The town, sentimentally attached, was a speed bump, a shocking, tragic event that simultaneously removed a key opposition leader, the principled librarian who headed the historical society, and created an atmosphere of fear and desire for security and revitalization was not a plan. It was an elegant solution. The henchmen were not thugs. They were professionals. One of them, a man with the calm eyes of a surgeon, found Jeffrey on the Old Mill Road. The fight was not cinematic. It was brutal, efficient, and silent, but for the crush of gravel and the wet thud of impact. Jeffrey used the man's own momentum, the edge of a rock, the relentless applied physics of survival had learned in mountains far away. He left the man breathing, but broken. In his pocket, he found a keycard for the newly erected security gate. The revelation did not come in a thunderclap. It came in a slow, chilling tide. Jeffrey pieced it together from fragments. A land deed, a shell company, a ballistics report for a weapon that didn't officially exist. The ghost sniper, the real one, had fired from the water tower, a perfect, commanding field of fire. He had fired 5 shots, then vanished, leaving the pre-planted rifle with the dazed, possibly drugged clockmaker in the perfect fall guy location. Leo Price, in his confused state, had heard his own world of precise mechanical ticks stop, and had simply echoed the greater, more terrible silence that had been engineered. Confronting Rook was pointless. The law was a language Rook had rewritten. Jeffrey went to Ariel with the fragments, the whispers, the cold, hard ghost casing. She saw it then, the whole ugly architecture. She could not indict a climate, but she could refuse to play her part. She dropped the charges against Leo Price, citing irregularities in the investigation. The town erupted in outrage. The narrative was fighting back. The climax was not a shootout. It was a conversation. Jeffrey stood in the immaculate, silent atrium of Rook's corporate office, high above the city. There was no confession, no gloating. Rook spoke of progress, of difficult choices, of the greater good for the greater number. He was a man who had moved beyond good and evil into the realm of pure calculus. He offered Jeffrey a position. A man who sees the strings, Rook said, is valuable. You could help me pull them more cleanly, more humanely. Jeffrey looked out the window. Mercy's Point was a smudge in the distance. He thought of the 5 dead. Their ordinary lives ended to smooth the path for a logistics hub. He thought of Leo Price, whose mind had broken on the sharp edge of a conspiracy he could never comprehend. He thought of the ticking that had stopped. "The noise you make," Jeffrey said, his voice barely a whisper in the vast, quiet room, "is the sound of a world breaking. I can't unhear it." He walked out. There was no arrest, no dramatic triumph. The logistics hub would be built. Rook would prosper. The story of the Mercy's Point sniper would solidify into a tragic footnote, a case of a madman poorly prosecuted. Weeks later, in the deep, true silence of his cabin, Jeffrey sat at his bare table. Before him, laid out on a scrap of felt, were 3 objects. The reassembled fishing reel, a complex puzzle now solved and still, the single pristine ghost shell casing, and a small, ornate brass gear he had found in the dust of Leo Price's abandoned shop, a tiny, perfect piece of a broken clock. He did not move. The late afternoon light bled across the table, gilding the edges of the gear, making the shell casing glow like a fallen sun. His hands were still on the worn wood. His breathing was slow, almost absent. He stared at the arrangement, these fragments of 2 different machines, one for measuring time, one for ending it, both instruments of precision, both now silent. The investigation was over. The truth was known, and it was useless. It changed nothing and everything. It was a weight he would carry, a frequency only he could hear. The mastermind's logic was flawless, his victory complete. Yet, on this table, in this quiet, the evidence of the crime was not a weapon or a document. It was this gear, this tiny, intricate, beautiful thing, forever disconnected from its purpose, ticking no more. Jeffrey Vale, the ex-soldier, the man who saw the strings, sat in the gathering dark. He did not reach for a bottle. He did not pick up the phone. He simply looked, his eyes holding the enigmatic, silent clue of a world that could be so meticulously broken, and the deeper, more terrifying mystery of how one was supposed to go on living in the quiet that followed. The door opened without a knock. Ariel Thorne stood on the threshold, the last of the sun catching the rain in her hair like shattered glass. She looked older, the sharp lines of her suit softened by exhaustion. She held a manila folder against her chest like a shield. "He's leaving," she said. Her voice was flat. "Leo, he's selling the shop, going to his sister's in Oregon. He says the ticking in his head is too loud here. It's the wrong rhythm." Jeffrey didn't turn. His gaze remained on the gear. "And Rook? Groundbreaking for the hub is tomorrow. The mayor is giving a speech about resilience and new beginnings." She stepped inside, letting the door close on the world. "I've been subpoenaed by a state oversight committee. They're suggesting professional misconduct in my handling of the Price case. Rook's lawyers, of course, are nowhere to be seen. It's just the climate, a sudden shift in pressure." She came to the table, looking down at his 3 artifacts. "What do we do with this?" she asked, not meaning the objects. Jeffrey finally moved. He picked up the brass gear, feeling its delicate teeth against his calloused skin. "We remember the true shape of the machine," he said, "even if it's in pieces." Ariel placed the folder on the table. "I copied everything. Every irregularity, every ghost, every shell company that leads to a dead end. It's a history of the crime. The one that won't be written. A history for who? For the next one," she said, and her eyes were hard again, not with ambition, but with a colder, more durable resolve. "For the next time someone tries to sell a massacre as a simple story. The details are all here. The pattern, maybe, for the next Ariel Thorne. It will be enough to start looking sooner." He nodded slowly. It was something. Not justice, not even a reckoning. It was a message in a bottle, tossed into a dark, indifferent sea. After she left, the silence returned, but it was different now. It was no longer the silence of an ending, but of a vigil. Jeffrey lit a single lamp. The light pooled around the gear, the casing, the reel. He opened the folder and began to read. He read about zoning laws and shell corporations, about ballistic trajectories and psychological profiles. He read the dry, bureaucratic poetry of a perfect crime. And as he read, he started to write. Not on a typewriter, but in a simple, leather-bound notebook with blank pages. He did not write a report. He wrote a portrait. Of a florist who loved dahlias. Of a barber who saved old baseball cards. Of a clockmaker who heard the world stop. He wrote the sentence that had been written in blood on the town square, and then he translated it, word by ordinary word, back into the lives it had intended to erase. The cabin was very still. Outside, the pines whispered in a wind that had crossed the new construction site, carrying the scent of turned earth and diesel. Inside, there was only the soft scratch of pen on paper, a faint human counter-rhythm to the vast and silent ticking of the world. He wrote into the night, not because it would change anything, but because some truths, however quiet, refused to stay buried. The notebook filled, not with clues, but with consequences. He tracked down Leo's sister in Oregon, a woman with a gentle voice, and mailed the brass gear in a small padded envelope with no return address. A piece of his world going home. The ghost shell casing he embedded in a block of clear resin, a fossil of the lie. He kept it on the windowsill where the sun could hit it, a reminder that even the cleanest light could illuminate a deception. He avoided Mercy's Point. The new perimeter fence around the mill site was a scar on the hillside, and the steady growl of heavy machinery was the town's new heartbeat. But the old geography pulled at him. One evening, a month after the groundbreaking, he found himself on the abandoned water tower, the real sniper's nest. The police had combed it, but they'd been looking for a madman, not a professional. In a rusted seam of the iron railing, where a bolt had long since vanished, Jeffrey's fingers found a single coarse black thread. Synthetic, tactical gear. He wound it around his finger, tight, until the tip turned purple. Feeling the ghost of the man who had stood there, calm and precise, turning citizens into punctuation. He didn't take it to Ariel. Her fight was in the courtroom now, a defensive battle against the ethics committee. Instead, he visited the graves. 5 neat headstones in the Mercies Point Cemetery, arranged too close together, a sudden violent orchard of loss. He stood before each one, not praying, but listening. To the wind, to the distant machinery, to the absence. He realized he was waiting for a feeling of closure, of peace, that he knew would never come. The truth hadn't set anyone free. It had just built a smaller, quieter prison for those who knew it. The break-in happened on a night of pouring rain. They were professionals, again. They didn't trash the cabin. They were looking for something specific. They found the resin block with the casing, examined it, and left it. They found the notebook. They took it. Jeffrey knew because he was watching from the tree line, having been woken an hour before by the silence of the owls going still. He saw the shadow of a man through his window, methodically searching. He felt no anger, only a cold confirmation. He was still a loose end. The climate preferred a consistent atmospheric pressure. The next day, a package arrived at Ariel's office. No postmark, left on the reception desk. Inside was the notebook, every page intact. Slipped between the final pages was a glossy photograph of Jeffrey's cabin, taken from the woods, a red circle drawn around the front door. The message was elegant, cost-effective, and clear. Stop digging, stop being, or the next visit would not be a search. Ariel drove out, the photograph trembling in her hand. "They can't do this," she said. But the fury in her voice was undercut by a new, raw fear. The law was a maze, and Rook owned the walls. "They already have," Jeffrey said. He was packing a small duffel bag. Not clothes, tools, wire, files, a small, powerful magnet, a lockpick set he hadn't used in years. The notebook was never the point. It was a courtesy, a final warning. "Where are you going?" "To learn a new language," he said. He looked at her, really looked, seeing the cost of her own defiance etched around her eyes. "You were right. It's for the next one. But the next one needs more than a file. He needs a primer, on the texture of a thread, the smell of the grease they use on silent hinges, the specific silence of a professional in your home. Jeffrey, you can't fight this. He'll have you killed." "Probably," he agreed, zipping the bag. "But I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to study him. Alistair Rook builds machines. I'm going to learn how to listen to them. Every gear, every spring, every tiny, hidden stress point. And one day, I'll find the flaw. Not to break it, just to prove it can be heard. Just to prove it." He left that night. He didn't sell the cabin. He simply walked away from it, leaving the fishing reel on the table and the resin block on the sill. He became a ghost in the infrastructure of power. A quiet man in a service uniform checking HVAC systems in corporate high-rises. A temporary surveyor on remote construction sites. He listened to the gossip of engineers and the complaints of security guards. He mapped, not land, but systems, vulnerabilities, the human frailties in the flawless digital plans. Years later, in a city far from Mercy's Point, He read a small article in a business digest. A proposed merger between two shipping giants had collapsed at the last minute due to an unforeseen regulatory concern about land rights. The article quoted a disappointed executive from a holding company. The name of the executive was not Alistair Rook, but Jeffrey recognized the phrasing, the elegant blame-shifting. He looked at the location of the disputed land. It was a valley community known for its stubborn preservationists. That night, in a rented room, Jeffrey Vale opened a new notebook. He wrote down the name of the valley, the holding company, the executive. Then, from memory, he began to draw. Not a blueprint, but a pattern of pressure, of incentive, of inevitable tragedy. He drew a water tower. He drew a clock shop. He drew 5 graves. At the bottom of the page, he wrote a single line. The first note is always a ticking. The last note is always a silence. Listen for the space between. He closed the book. Outside, the city hummed, a vast, indifferent machine. Inside, the vigil continued. Quiet, patient, and utterly unyielding. The valley was called Silvergrass, and its resistance was led by a retired geologist with a passion for local bird populations. Jeffrey arrived under the name of the subcontractor he was impersonating, a man hired to conduct preliminary soil assessments for a proposed green reservoir. The real subcontractor was on a surprise. All expenses paid crews, thanks to a clerical error Jeffrey had engineered from a library computer 3 states away. The pattern was there, refined, more sophisticated. The opposition was not a single librarian, but a distributed network of farmers, environmentalists, and retirees. A single tragedy would not be enough. The pressure would need to be applied more broadly, more insidiously. He saw the signs. A sudden, mysterious blight affecting a key orchard, a series of petty vandalisms at historical sites blamed on outside agitators, a coordinated push in local media, painting the preservationists as elitists, hindering progress and jobs. It was a symphony of discord, each movement designed to fracture the community's will. Jeffrey took a room above a diner that smelled of old grease and strong coffee. He made no approach to the geologist. Instead, he watched the men who were not from the valley, the surveyors who took too many photographs of homes, not land. The affable community liaison from the development firm whose eyes never smiled. The new security consultant for the local bank, a man with calm, surgeon's eyes. He listened. In the diner, at the hardware store, on the benches in the town square, he heard the fear woven into the daily talk of falling property values and stolen tools and the changing character of the place. The climate was being engineered, degree by careful degree. One evening, he followed the security consultant to a locked storage unit on the edge of town. He didn't break in. He noted the make of the lock, the brand of the security camera, the frequency of the visits. He sat in his rented car a quarter-mile away, a small parabolic microphone pointed not at the unit, but at the gravel road leading to it. He recorded the sound of the consultant's car arriving and leaving. The engine had a faint, distinctive ping, a worn valve lifter. It was a thread. Ariel Thorne had survived her ethics hearing with a suspended license and a permanent stain on her record. She now worked for a non-profit that audited environmental impact statements, a quieter, more paper-based form of warfare. He sent her a postcard of the Silvergrass Valley with no return address. On the back, he wrote only the holding company's name and the coordinates of the storage unit. She would understand. She would begin the dry, legal excavation, creating a paper trail that might, someday, intersect with a moment of need. The flaw revealed itself on a cold, bright morning. The geologist's dog, an old border collie, was found dead by the roadside. Hit and run. The town was heartbroken, outraged. The geologist was devastated, his fiery spirit suddenly dimmed. The police called it an accident, a tragedy on a poorly lit road. Jeffrey knew the stretch of road. He visited it at the same time of morning. The sight lines were clear for miles. No one accidentally hit a dog there unless they were blind or aiming. That afternoon, he saw the community liaison offering sincere condolences to the geologist outside the post office, a hand on his shoulder, a look of profound sympathy on his face. The performance was perfect. It was the performance that was the flaw. It was too perfect, too timely, too resonant with the geologist's known vulnerability. It was a note played slightly too sharp for the chord of genuine human grief. He didn't have proof. He had a pattern and a single off-key note. It was enough for him, but not for a court, not for a newspaper, not to stop the machine. So he wrote a different kind of story. He typed it on a disposable machine in a public library, using language simple and clear. He described the dog by name. He described the geologist's face. He described the exact model of the car with the faulty valve lifter seen idling near the geologist's house the night before. He did not make accusations. He simply presented the elements, side by side, like the gear and the shell casing on his old table. He mailed copies to every household in the valley, to the local newspaper, to the town council, to the community liaison's office. The merger collapsed the following week. The official reason was unforeseen community solidarity and regulatory complexities. Jeffrey read the statement online in the library. He allowed himself one small, tight breath of satisfaction, a sip of bitter water in a permanent drought. He packed his duffel. The security consultant was gone, recalled. The pattern had been disrupted, not broken. The machine would retool, recalibrate, and find another valley, another town. Alistair Rook, or a man just like him, would give a keynote speech somewhere about sustainable growth. Jeffrey Vale walked out of the library into the afternoon sun. He had no home, no purpose, no victory. He had a notebook, a set of ears tuned to a terrible frequency, and a vigil to keep. He turned his collar up against the wind and began to walk. A man moving silently into the space between the ticks, listening for the next note, and the silence that would surely follow. The bus station was a cathedral of transients, smelling of diesel and disinfectant. He bought a ticket to a city chosen at random from the departures board, paying in cash. As he waited on a hard plastic seat, he saw a young woman arguing softly with an older man. She held a folder of architectural plans. He wore a suit that was too expensive for the setting. Their conversation was a tense ballet of persuasion and resistance. Jeffrey watched the man's hands. They were still, too still. The calm of a man used to holding levers, not making gestures. A familiar stillness. He looked away. It was not his valley, not his fight, not yet. But as he boarded the bus, the gears in his mind, long silent, began a slow, inevitable turn. He found a seat in the back, the duffel at his feet. The engine rumbled to life, a coarse mechanical heartbeat. He closed his eyes, but he did not sleep. He replayed the scene at the station, the stillness of those hands, the specific tilt of the woman's head as she listened, a tilt that spoke of intelligence being carefully measured against threat. The bus pulled onto the highway, joining the river of anonymous traffic. He opened his eyes and took out his current notebook. He did not write about the man or the woman. He wrote about the bus driver's routine check in the mirror, a scan for trouble. He wrote about the way the light from a passing truck flickered across the faces of the sleeping passengers, revealing them in fleeting, vulnerable glimpses. He wrote about the constant vibration of the road, a white noise that could hide a multitude of sounds. This was the new terrain. Not a single town, but the spaces between them. Not a mastermind, but the ecology of power that produced them. He was no longer a detective of a single crime, but a cartographer of a certain kind of silence. The bus carried him east, into the gathering dusk. In his pocket, the brass gear from Leo's clock. He had kept a duplicate after all, rubbed softly against the coarse black thread from the water tower. A tiny, tactile rosary of failure and witness. He did not pray with it. He remembered. Somewhere ahead, a new machine was being built. Somewhere behind, an old one was still running, its gears slick with the oil of forgotten blood. And in the moving dark between, a man with nothing to lose and everything to listen for traveled on, a silent tuning fork for the world's hidden, breaking heart. The vigil was mobile now. It had no address, and it would never end. The city he arrived in was a grid of rain-slicked streets and sodium vapor light. He found a room in a building that catered to long-haul truckers and people who did not want to be found. The window looked out onto a brick wall. The air smelled of stale cigarettes and mildew. It was perfect. He took a job as a night janitor in a corporate office tower. The work was mindless, rhythmic, and it granted him invisibility and access. While vacuuming empty hallways, he learned the rhythms of the security guards. While emptying wastebaskets, he skimmed the discarded memos and draft reports in the offices of a firm that specialized in municipal bonds and public-private partnership. He wasn't looking for a smoking gun. He was learning the grammar. His bus station observation had planted a seed. He spent his days in public libraries, scrolling through local news from across the country, looking for the patterns. A grassroots campaign to save a coastal wetland suddenly plagued by a bacterial contamination. A neighborhood association blocking a high-rise development, its leaders then facing simultaneous, unrelated IRS audits. The patterns were variations on a theme, a composer working through different arrangements of the same dark melody. He began to map the connections on a large sheet of drafting paper pinned to his wall. It was not a conspiracy chart with red string. It was a cold, logical flowchart of capital, influence, and consequence. Names were replaced by functions: facilitator, pressure asset, local catalyst. Companies were shapes: triangles for shell corporations, squares for legitimate fronts, circles for non-profits that always seemed to argue against the public good. He saw how pressure was applied, how dissent was monetized, how tragedy was leveraged. It was a blueprint of a machine designed to turn community into commodity. One rainy Tuesday, while cleaning an empty conference room, he found a forgotten tablet left behind after a meeting. It was unlocked. A memo was open on the screen. It was from a senior partner to a junior analyst, regarding a project codenamed Longshore. The language was bland, but Jeffrey recognized the cadence. It discussed clearing social underbrush and optimizing the local regulatory climate for a port expansion in the Pacific Northwest. The recommended method involved leveraging outstanding lines against a family-owned fishery that was the last holdout. Jeffrey did not copy the files. He did not take the tablet. He simply read, committing the key details to memory. The name of the fishery, the town, the name of the bank holding the lines. Then he placed the tablet exactly where he had found it and finished mopping the floor. That night in his room, he did not add Longshore to his wall. Instead, he wrote a letter. He used the library's computer to research the family. He learned the patriarch's name was Joseph. He learned the fishery had been in operation for 4 generations. He wrote a plain typewritten letter to Joseph, with no salutation and no signature. It stated the amount of the lien, the date it was due, and the name of the shell corporation that had recently purchased it from the bank with the intention of calling it in. It included the project code name. It suggested simply that Joseph might want to speak to a journalist about the history of the port, and to have his lawyer look into the transfer of debt. He mailed it from 2 towns over. A month later, a small article appeared in a regional paper. The fishery had been saved by a last-minute, anonymous donation that covered the lien. The port expansion was delayed pending further environmental review. The article quoted a disappointed spokesperson for the development group. Jeffrey cut out the article and taped it to the corner of his drafting paper. It was not a victory. It was a single, tiny adjustment to a single gear. The machine would not notice. But someone in a small wooden house by the water had slept easier for a night. He quit his janitorial job the next day. The bus station called to him again. That liminal space where lives briefly intersected, where deals were made and destinies were rerouted. He bought a ticket north, toward the rain and the tall trees. As the city receded in the grimy window, he felt the familiar, hollow calm settle over him. He was not a hero. He was a mechanic in the shadows, listening for the telltale grind of a bearing under load, applying the faintest drop of corrective oil before moving on. The vigil was endless, the work was solitary, and the only reward was the silence he preserved, one small, saved truth at a time. The bus drove on, and he watched the world pass by, a man made of memory and consequence, forever traveling toward the next broken note. The rain in the north was a soft, constant veil. He took a room in a motel that rented by the week, its sign flickering a pale neon promise of vacancy into the perpetual damp. The town was a frayed knot of logging roads and stubborn hope, the air sharp with the scent of pine and salt water from the not-so-distant port. He found work within days, not as a janitor, but as a driver for a courier service that handled sensitive documents between legal offices and corporate outposts. It granted him mobility and a plausible reason to be anywhere. He drove the winding coastal routes, the sealed envelopes on the passenger seat, a silent testament to the deals being stitched into the landscape. He saw the for sale signs sprouting like poisonous mushrooms on properties, with breathtaking views. He heard the talk in the diners, the uneasy mix of excitement at promised investment, and a deep, inarticulate fear of a future that had no use for them. The pattern was here too, but it was earlier in its cycle. The pressure was still being applied with a gentle, persuasive hand. The tragedies were still accidents waiting to happen. One envelope, picked up from a sleek, glass-walled law firm, was addressed to the same shell corporation mentioned in his letter to Joseph. The return address was a post office box in a city thousands of miles away. He felt a cold clarity settle in his stomach. The machine had noticed. Not him, perhaps, but the disruption. It was probing, sending out a new tendril, testing the integrity of the wound. He delivered the envelope as instructed to a remote airstrip where a private plane idled. He made no note of the tail number. He simply watched a man in a charcoal overcoat accept the package, his face obscured by the drizzle and the brim of his hat. The man moved with an economical grace that was neither hurried nor slow. It was the gait of someone who owned the very ground he walked on. Jeffrey drove away, his hand steady on the wheel. That night, in his motel room, he did not sleep. He sat in the dark, the brass gear, and the black thread between his fingers. He listened to the rain on the roof and the hum of the neon sign. He thought of Leo, of the ticking that had started it all. He thought of the man on the airstrip, a ghost from a future he was trying to prevent. The next morning, he requested a route change. He began driving the inland routes, away from the coast. He needed to think. The machine was adaptive. It learned. His interventions, small as they were becoming part of its calculus. He was no longer just listening to the melody. He was a faint, dissonant echo in the chamber. He stopped at a roadside lookout. The valley spread below him like a rumpled green blanket. A car pulled in beside him, an older sedan with a cracked tail light. The woman who got out was the one from the bus station months ago, the one with the architectural plans. She looked tired, her eyes scanning the horizon as if looking for an answer written in the clouds. Their eyes met. There was no recognition in hers, only a shared, weary solitude. She offered a faint, polite smile before turning back to her car. As she opened her door, Jeffrey saw the folder on her passenger seat. The top sheet was a surveyor's plat for a parcel of land he recognized. It was a wetland area marked for conservation, a key piece in a local land trust. He said nothing. He got back in his courier van and drove. But the encounter was a key turning in a lock. He was not the only one listening. He was not the only one trying to map the machine. The realization was not comforting. It was a multiplier of risk. If he could see her, so could others. The vigil was no longer just his. It was a scattered, silent congregation, and that made every one of them, and every truth they tried to protect, exponentially more vulnerable. He pressed the accelerator, the van climbing higher into the mist-shrouded hills. He had to find a new way to listen, a way that didn't echo. The work was changing. The silence he sought was becoming a different kind of silence altogether. Story 6. The first thing she felt was the paper. It was cool and slightly rough against her fingertips, a grain like fine sand. It was trapped under her palm, which was pressed flat against a smooth, cool surface. Wood. A desk. She lifted her hand and saw the note, a square of heavy cream stock, the edges soft from handling. 2 words were written there in a tight, controlled script, black ink. "Remember, Caitlin." She blinked. The light was gray and thin, seeping through slatted blinds to her left. The room was unfamiliar. A bedroom, clean, almost sterile. A dresser, a mirror, a closet door slightly ajar. The air smelled of lemon cleaner and something else, something faintly metallic underneath. Her head felt hollow, a vast, echoing chamber where only dust motes swirled. She knew her name was Caitlin, only because the note told her so. She did not feel like Caitlin. She felt like a vessel, empty and waiting. The door opened. A man stood there, backlit by the brighter light of a hallway. He was tall, with a kind face, etched with lines of concern. He held a steaming mug. "Morning, sweetheart," he said, his voice a gentle baritone. "Row night." She stared. He came in, set the mug on the desk beside the note. The scent of coffee, rich and bitter, cut through the lemon and metal. "Who are you?" Her own voice sounded strange to her, unused. The man's face softened further, a practiced, patient sorrow. "I'm Billy, your husband." He said it like he was reminding a child of a simple fact. "It's okay. It's just a bad one today, isn't it? The doctor said some days would be worse than others." He guided her to a small, framed photograph on the dresser. It showed the 2 of them, smiling on a rocky beach, wind in their hair. They looked happy. She felt nothing looking at it. The woman in the photo was a stranger with her face. "Amnesia," Billy explained, his hand warm on her shoulder. "An accident a year ago. It's retrograde and persistent. Your short term is okay mostly, but when you sleep, the long term, it resets, like a tape erasing itself. Dr. J says it's psychosomatic, a trauma response. We were working on it." "Child?" "Dr. J." The name sparked a flicker. Not memory, but a sensation. A cold stethoscope. A pen scratching on a pad. Billy's routine was meticulous. He showed her the house, a modest 2-story in a quiet suburb. He pointed out her favorite mug, the garden she apparently loved, the book she'd been reading, a bookmark halfway through. He was tender, attentive, his movements careful as if she were made of glass. But his eyes, a pale, watery blue, never quite held hers for long. They scanned her face, her reactions, like a scientist observing a specimen. In the bathroom after he left her to shower, she found the first fragment. It wasn't a note. It was a sensation. As she reached for the faucet, her arm brushed the cool tile of the shower wall. A jolt, electric and brief. Not memory, but an echo. The smell of chlorine, overwhelming. The sound of laughter, muffled and far away. A feeling of weightlessness, then a sudden crushing pressure on her chest. She gasped, gripping the sink. The image was gone as quickly as it came, leaving only a racing heart and the clean, blank walls of the bathroom. She dressed in the clothes Billy had laid out. Soft jeans, a gray sweater. They fit perfectly. In the pocket of the jeans, her fingers found a small, crumpled slip of paper. She waited until Billy was downstairs, the sound of eggs sizzling floating up, to unfold it. It was a receipt from a diner called The Gilded Cup, dated 3 days prior. Scrawled on the back in a hurried, slashing hand was a different script from the note on the desk. Don't trust the narrative. The day was a haze of guided rediscovery. Billy showed her photo albums, their wedding, vacations. He played her favorite music, somber indie folk that made her feel nothing. He was a curator of a life, presenting exhibits. But the fragments persisted. The feel of rough hemp rope under her thumb as she weeded the garden. The taste of licorice, sudden and unwelcome, when she drank her water. A phrase looping in her head. The water was so cold. That afternoon they went to see Dr. J. His office was all warm wood and soft leather, books lining the walls. He was a handsome man in his 50s, with a calm, reassuring presence. "Caitlin," he said, smiling, "how are we today?" "Empty," she said, and the word felt true. He nodded, taking notes. "Billy tells me it was a full reset. Let's try some association. I'll say a word. You say the first thing that comes to mind. Don't think, just feel." "Safety," she said, automatically. Billy, in the chair beside her, shifted. "Ocean." Her throat closed. "Dark." "Husband." She looked at Billy, his kind face, his watchful eyes. "Protection," she whispered. "Good," Dr. J said, his pen moving. "Very good." During the session, while Billy stepped out to take a call, Caitlin leaned forward. "The fragments," she said, her voice low. "The pieces that come back, they don't feel like the life he shows me." Dr. J set his pen down carefully. "Trauma memories are like shards of glass, Caitlin. They're sharp, disconnected from context. What Billy is giving you is the context. The narrative, you need to trust that framework, or you'll never heal. You'll just be lost in the pieces." His words were reasonable, but his gaze, as he said them, drifted to the closed door where Billy had exited. That night, after a dinner Billy cooked, a pasta dish he said was her favorite, she pretended to sleep. She lay still, listening to the house settle. The furnace kicked on with a rumble. A branch ticked against a window. Billy's breathing, deep and even from beside her. When she was sure he was asleep, she slid from the bed. She moved through the dark house, a ghost in her own home. In the study, a room Billy said he used for work, she found the desk locked. The filing cabinet was locked, but on a high shelf, behind a row of bland legal textbooks, her fingers touched something soft. A stuffed rabbit, worn and missing an eye. It smelled of dust and, faintly, of baby powder. A wave of nausea hit her, so violent she had to clutch the shelf. This object screamed of a past, a deep emotional past, that Billy had never mentioned. Children die. A child. She hid the rabbit under her sweater and returned to bed, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. Billy did not stir. The next morning the note was different. It was the same cream paper, under her palm, but the writing was her own, the one she'd discovered she had when she'd scribbled a grocery list for Billy. It said, "Check the basement door. Always locked." Why? She confronted him at breakfast. Did we have a child? Billy froze, a droplet of jam suspended on his knife. His expression cycled through shock, grief, and finally settled into profound sadness. We lost a baby, Caitlin, a long time ago. It was part of the trauma. Dr. J said it might be better to let that memory return on its own. I'm so sorry. I should have told you. He reached for her hand. His skin was dry and warm. "I'm just trying to protect you." The grief felt real in his eyes. But the basement door, when she tested it later, was indeed locked. A heavy, new-looking deadbolt. The fragments became a secret investigation. She began hiding notes for herself, in places Billy wouldn't think to check. Taped behind the toilet tank, tucked inside a box of tampons, rolled inside the hollow leg of the bed frame. She wrote down every sensation, every rogue taste and smell. Chlorine, licorice, hemp rope, cold water. Weight on chest, rabbit, gilded cup. She found a phone, an old burner, hidden inside a vase of silk flowers. A single number was saved. She called it from the grocery store, her hands trembling. A man's voice answered, wary. "Yeah, I found this number," she whispered. A long pause. "Cat, is that you?" "Jesus, he said you were gone, that you'd left." "Who are you?" "It's Ian, from the community pool. We work together. Lifeguards. Cat, where are you? Are you safe?" "Lifeguards. Chlorine." The weight on the chest. "Not pressure. Hands. Dirty on." Cut short. "What happened?" she breathed. "You knew," Ian said, his voice urgent, low. "You figured out what he was doing. The money, the scams. You were going to the police. Then the accident at the pool. Then you just vanished. You said you had a breakdown, moved away. Cat, you have to get out. He's not your husband. His name isn't Billy. It's William Vickers. He's dangerous." The line went dead. She stood in the fluorescent glare of the detergent aisle, the world tilting. Billy William was at the other end pushing a cart, smiling, holding up 2 brands of soup. "Which one, sweetheart?" That night, she didn't pretend to sleep. She waited until his breathing deepened. Then she slipped from bed. She went to the kitchen, took the heaviest knife from the block. The cold handle was a shock of reality. She walked to the basement door. The deadbolt was thick, but the wood around the strike plate was splintered, as if it had been forced before and poorly repaired. She worked the knife into the gap, leveraging, her muscles straining with a silent, desperate fury. With a crack that echoed like a gunshot in the silent house, the bolt tore free. The door swung inward onto darkness. A smell wafted up, damp earth, mildew, and that faint, persistent metallic scent. She found a switch. A single bulb flickered on, illuminating steep, raw wood stairs. The basement was unfinished, a concrete bunker. There was a washer and dryer, boxes labeled Xmas and taxes. And in the far corner something else. A space that looked like a room within a room, framed with 2x4s and sheets of plastic. She walked toward it, the knife held out before her, her breath plumbing in the cold air. She pulled back the plastic. It was an office, a duplicate of the one upstairs, but here, everything was real. A desk littered with papers, maps, bank statements in different names, photos pinned to a corkboard. Photos of her, taken without her knowledge. At the grocery store, in the garden, sleeping. And other photos. Of a woman who looked similar to her but wasn't. Of Dr. J in candid shots, meeting with Billy in parking lots. Newspaper clippings about a drowning at a community pool a year and a half ago. An investigation closed due to lack of evidence. The victim's name, Sarah Miller, Ian's sister, and a medical file. Her name on it, but not from Dr. J. From a different clinic. Diagnosis: dissociative fugue state, likely triggered by extreme trauma. Prescription: a powerful experimental sedative. The prescribing doctor's signature was a scrawl. She recognized it. It was on the notepad in Billy's kitchen. Dr. J wasn't helping her remember. He was helping Billy make her forget. Every day. The therapy was reinforcement of the false narrative. The drug in her evening tea ensured the reset. She heard a floorboard creak above, then footsteps, deliberate, on the stairs. She turned, the knife raised. Billy stood at the bottom of the staircase, his kind face gone. What remained was calm, calculating, utterly cold. He held a syringe. "You weren't supposed to go down here, Caitlin," he said. His voice was still gentle, which was the most terrifying thing of all. "This is the past. It's messy. It hurts you." "My name isn't Caitlin," she said. "It is now," he replied, taking a step forward. "You're Caitlin Vickers, my wife. The woman who survived a terrible accident and needs my care. The woman with a sizable life insurance policy and very, very distant relatives. The narrative is clean. It's safe. Dr. J and I have worked so hard on it. You killed Sarah Miller, Ian's sister. She knew about your scams. A tragic accident, like yours almost was. You were poking around where you didn't belong, too. Asking questions about Sarah. But you were more valuable alive, with the right adjustments." He gestured with the syringe. "This will just be a deeper reset. We'll move. Start fresh. You'll wake up tomorrow in a beautiful new house by the ocean. You love the ocean." She remembered the echo. The chlorine, the laughter, the hands. Not an accident. A struggle. He had been there. He had held her under until the old her, the one who knew, broke apart and washed away. He lunged. She was not the fragile amnesiac. She was the woman from the fragments, the one who felt the rope, tasted the licorice, who fought the cold water. She swung the knife. It was a clumsy, wild arc. It caught him across the forearm. He hissed, more in annoyance than pain, and backhanded her with shocking force. She fell against the desk, papers scattering. Her vision swam. He loomed over her, the syringe glinting. She groped blindly on the desk, her fingers closing around something solid, cold. A stapler. She swung it up, cracking it against the side of his head. He staggered. She scrambled up, past him, toward the stairs. He grabbed her ankle. She fell, her chin hitting the concrete, stars exploding. She kicked back, connected with something soft. His grip loosened. She crawled, then ran. Up the stairs, through the house, out the front door into the freezing night. She ran barefoot on the icy pavement, the cold, a brutal clarity. She ran until her lungs burned, until the lights of the suburban houses gave way to the seedy glow of a downtown strip. She saw the sign, the gilded cup, the diner from the receipt. She stumbled inside, collapsing into a vinyl booth. The waitress, an older woman with tired eyes, brought her coffee without asking. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey." Caitlin wrapped her hands around the mug, the heat searing her frozen skin. "I need the police." "Yes." The waitress's eyes flickered over her, the nightgown, the bare, bleeding feet. She nodded slowly. "Phones by the restrooms." The police came. They were skeptical at first. A woman with no ID. A fantastic story. But they sent cars to the house. It was empty. Cleared out. Billy and Dr. J were gone. The basement was stripped. Only the staples in the corkboard remained, little metallic wounds in the blank surface. They found records for William Vickers. Fraud. Embezzlement. Connections to a missing persons case, Sarah Miller. And they found the file on the experimental drug. It was enough to start a hunt, but not enough to find him. Caitlin was put in a safe house. The real therapy began. Slowly, painfully. Shards of memory started to knit together. Her name was Lena. She was a bookkeeper. She had taken a temp job at a community center where Billy William volunteered. She'd discovered discrepancies. She talked to Sarah, another volunteer who was suspicious. Then the accident at the pool. Then the fugue state and Billy's gentle, monstrous rescue. She remembered the licorice taste of the sedative in her tea. The rough hemp of the garden twine because she'd tried to tie a note to the fence for a neighbor. The cold water. The hands. Months passed. The investigation grew cold. Billy and Dr. J had vanished into the vast, anonymous country. Lena moved cities, changed her name again. She got a job. She lived. But every morning, for a few disorienting seconds upon waking, she felt the cool paper under her palm. She expected to see the note. Remember, Caitlin, the fear never left. It was a low hum in her blood, the sound of a tape, endlessly rewinding. One rainy afternoon, she received a package at her new apartment. No return address. Inside, nestled in white tissue paper, was the one-eyed stuffed rabbit. It smelled only of paper and postage now. There was no note, but tucked deep into the seam of its ragged back, her searching fingers found it. A small, square slip of that heavy cream paper. On it, in that tight, controlled script she knew too well, were two new words. "Good morning, Lena." She dropped the rabbit. It fell to the floor with a soft, harmless thud. She stood in the middle of her safe, quiet apartment, listening to the rain patter against the window. She listened for the creak of a floorboard that wasn't hers, for the sound of a key turning in a lock that she had double-checked. She heard only the rain, and the deafening silence of the space between the present moment and the one that was surely coming. The story was not over. It was just waiting for her to close her eyes. The rain fell harder, a steady drumbeat against the glass. Lena did not move. She stared at the rabbit, its single black eye seeming to hold a knowledge deeper than any memory. "Good morning, Lena." He was telling her he knew where she was. He was telling her the narrative was his to restart whenever he chose. The police were called again. They took the rabbit, the note. They dusted for prints, found none. They promised increased patrols. Their reassurances were thin, worn from overuse. They saw a traumatized woman, a stalker, a nuisance case. They did not see the architecture of the trap she was in, one that was rebuilt every time she tried to escape it. She packed a bag that night, not with sentiment, but with cash, a knife, a burner phone. She left the apartment lights on, the radio playing. She took a bus to the train station, then a train to a city 3 states away. She moved through the world as a shadow, paying cash, avoiding cameras. She cut and dyed her hair in a gas station bathroom, the chemical smell burning her nostrils, a different kind of chlorine. But the fragments followed. Now, they were laced with new terror. The scent of rain on concrete could be the alley behind the gilded cup. A man with pale blue eyes, even decades older, would stop her heart. Dr. J's calm, reasonable tone echoed in every kind stranger's voice. She found work as a dishwasher in a loud, steaming kitchen. The work was brutal, mind-numbing, perfect. She could lose herself in the spray and heat. One evening, scrubbing a pot, a fragment came not as a ghost, but as a solid, sudden recall. She was in a car, the real Lena. She was holding a ledger, her finger tracing a column of numbers. Billy was driving, smiling, asking about her day, and she felt it then, a cold certainty in her gut as she looked from the numbers to his profile. The feeling was not fear. It was fury. She had known in that moment what he was. She had decided to act. The memory was a gift and a curse. It was the first piece of herself that felt entirely whole, a cornerstone. But it was also the moment that had doomed her. Weeks bled into months. The kitchen became a kind of refuge. The chef, a burly man named Marco, noticed her quiet efficiency. He promoted her to prep cook. She learned to handle a knife with professional precision, the weight of the steel a comfort in her hand. One slow Tuesday, Marco sat with her during break, smoking a cigarette by the dumpsters. "You're running," he said, not unkindly. She didn't deny it. "From a man," he stated. She nodded. He blew out a long stream of smoke. Men like that, they don't stop. They think they own the story. You can't just keep turning the page. You gotta tear the whole book out of his hands. She looked at him. Really looked. He had a scar through his eyebrow, a history in his eyes. "How? You find his story," Marco said, grinding the butt under his heel. "The real one, and you read it out loud for everyone to hear." That night, in her tiny rented room, she took out the burner phone. She had avoided the number, had been too afraid to trace the thread. Now, she dialed Ian. It rang once, twice. "Hello?" His voice was the same, wary, tired. "It's Lena," she said, her voice barely a whisper, a sharp intake of breath. "My God, are you?" "I'm safe, for now." He found me. Sent a reminder. Ian was silent for a long moment. "He's here, Lena, or he was. I saw him." Her blood turned to ice. "Where?" "Here. In the city. A week ago. Getting out of a car with that doctor. I followed them. They went to a private clinic. Silver Oaks. It's not a normal place." She closed her eyes. A new narrative. A new setting. He was preparing. "Ian, I need everything. Everything you have on him, on the scams, on Sarah. Everything you told the police that they ignored." "It's a box of paper. They said it was circumstantial. I don't care. Can you get it to me?" He gave her an address, a mail drop in a city 2 over. "It'll be there in 3 days. Lena, be more than careful." "I'm past careful," she said, and hung up. The package was waiting, a plain cardboard box. She took it to her room and spread the contents on the floor. Bank records, forged documents, photographs of Billy with people she didn't recognize, transcripts of text messages Sarah had saved. It was a puzzle, but the shape was clear. It was a map of a predator's territory. And there, at the bottom, was a key. A small silver safe deposit key, taped to a card with a bank logo and a number. Sarah's handwriting, back up. Lena's hands shook. This was it. The real story. The bank was in her old city. Going back was a risk that tasted like metal on her tongue. She wore a hat, sunglasses, walked with a different posture. The bank was cool and quiet. The key worked. The box contained a single, thick envelope. Inside was a letter from Sarah. "Lena, if you're reading this, I'm probably gone. And you're probably in trouble. Billy Vickers is a spider. He spins stories to catch people. He's not just stealing money. He's stealing lives. He finds women who are isolated, who have resources, who have trauma. He and that doctor, they reshape them. I think they've done it before. I have names. I have dates. I couldn't get the police to listen. Maybe you can. Don't let 'em write your ending." Behind the letter were profiles. 4 women before her. Their photos, their original names, their disappearances or sudden declines reclassified as mental breaks, their assets smoothly transferred. The last known address for each was a private care facility. One of them was Silver Oaks. He wasn't just creating a wife. He was running a factory, erasing women and repurposing them. Lena left the bank, the envelope heavy against her chest. She went to the bus station, bought a ticket for the farthest destination she could afford. As she stood in line to board, she felt it, the crawling sensation on the back of her neck. She turned slowly. Across the crowded terminal, leaning against a pillar, was Dr. J. He wasn't looking at her. He was reading a newspaper. But his presence was an anchor thrown into the sea of her plans. He was a sentinel. If he was here, Billy was close. She boarded the bus, her heart hammering. She took a seat by the window, kept her head down. As the bus pulled out, she dared to look. Dr. J was gone. But a black sedan she had seen outside Silver Oaks in one of Ian's photos was now idling by the curb. They weren't just waiting for her to close her eyes. They were hurting her. The narrative required a setting, a conflict, a climax. They were writing it around her in real time. Running was just another page in their script. As the city skyline receded, Lena made a decision. She would stop turning the page. She would tear the book from his hands. She would go to Silver Oaks. She would find the women. She would bring their stories, her story, Sarah's story, into the light so bright that no narrative could survive it. She looked at her reflection in the dark bus window. The woman looking back was not Caitlin. She was not even entirely Lena. She was something new, forged in fragments and fear. She was a fact, and she was going to state herself. The bus journey was a blur of darkened highways and neon rest stops. She got off 2 towns before her ticket's destination, doubling back on local buses. A jagged, exhausting route designed to lose anyone who wasn't already inside her head. She slept fitfully in cheap motels, the envelope under her pillow, the knife on the nightstand. Silver Oaks was not a hospital. It was an estate. A high-walled, wooded property on a lake, masquerading as a luxury wellness retreat. From the road, all she could see were manicured hedges and a discreet sign. Security was a black gate and a camera. She watched from a distance for 2 days, through binoculars bought with cash. She saw delivery vans, a gardener, a sleek car that might have been Dr. J's. No patients, no women in the gardens. It was a beautiful, silent shell. On the 3rd day, she saw a window open on the 2nd floor. A hand appeared, resting on the sill. Then, a face, pale and indistinct. The woman looked out, not at the view, but at the gate, with a longing so profound it crossed the distance and struck Lena in the chest. The window closed a moment later, as if on a timer. They were in there. The erased women. Marco's words came back to her. You find his story, the real one, and you read it out loud. She had the names from Sarah's file. Eleanor Gray, Miriam Chen, Rosa Alvarez, Ann Patterson. And now, perhaps others. Their stories were the real narrative, the one Billy was so desperate to overwrite. She couldn't get through the gate, so she had to make them come out. She found a public library in the next town over. Using the burner phone, she began to make calls. Not to the police. Their interest was a flickering thing. She called the local newspapers, the state medical board, a persistent true crime podcaster Ian had mentioned. She fed them fragments, just enough to prick curiosity. A list of names, a suspicious clinic, a pattern of conserved wealth following personal tragedy. She hinted at a source inside. She was planting seeds in hard ground, hoping one would crack through. Her final call was to the main line at Silver Oaks. Using a voice lower, steadier than she felt, she asked to speak to the director regarding a potential residency for her aunt. She was given an appointment for a tour in 3 days. A name was required. She gave one, Sarah Miller. She hung up, her skin clammy. It was a spark thrown into dry grass. Either they would dismiss it as a cruel coincidence, or they would react. They reacted. That evening, from her vantage point, she saw increased activity. The black sedan arrived. Billy got out. Even from afar, the sight of his walk, the set of his shoulders, sent a primal shock through her system. He strode inside, not with panic, but with the focused energy of a director fixing a problem in the third act. The tour was a trap, for one of them. She wouldn't be there, but her distraction would be. The next morning, a white van with a local news logo idled near the gate of Silver Oaks. A reporter and a cameraman lingered, making calls, pointing at the wall. An hour later, a car from the state health department arrived. The seeds were sprouting faster than she dreamed. Chaos was a door ajar. She had to move now. She waited until dusk. Using the woods for cover, she approached the rear wall, where an old oak's branches stretched over the property line. She climbed, the rough bark scraping her hands, her heart a frantic drum. She dropped softly into a bed of mulch inside the wall. The grounds were still. She moved from shadow to shadow, toward the main building. A side door was propped open by a brick. A cleaner's cart was visible in the hallway. She slipped inside, the sterile, lemon-scented air making her nauseous. It smelled like Dr. J's office. She found a staircase. The second-floor hallway was carpeted, silent. Doors were numbered, like hotel rooms. She peered through a small, reinforced window in one door. A woman sat in a chair, staring at a blank wall. It was Miriam Chen from the photo. Her eyes were clear, but empty, as if waiting for a program to run. Lena didn't call out. She moved on. The next room was empty, bed neatly made. The next held Rosa Alvarez, who paced like a caged animal. At the end of the hall, a door was open. Light spilled out. She heard Billy's voice, calm, reasonable. The situation is contained. A minor nuisance. We will accelerate the transitions. The Patterson woman is ready. We'll move her tonight. Dr. J is preparing the final dosage for the new one. Lena edged closer. Billy was speaking to someone on the phone. He stood by a large window overlooking the front drive. No, the narrative remains intact. It just requires a change of setting. A tragic fire at a private care facility. Patients lost, identities complicated. A fresh start for everyone. Her blood ran cold. A fire. He was going to burn the story down, with the women in it. Billy turned. He looked directly at the doorway, at the shadow she knew she cast. A slow, familiar smile touched his lips. He hadn't been talking to someone on the phone. The phone was dark in his hand. He had been talking to her. "Come in, Lena," he said. "You're just in time for the final edit." The room was an office, but it felt like a stage. Bookshelves lined with medical texts and leather-bound classics. A heavy desk, the large window framing the darkening sky. Billy looked older, his hair more silver, but his eyes were the same pale, absorbing blue. He placed the dead phone on the desk. "You've been very busy," he said, his tone one of mild reproach. "Planting your little stories. But you must know, I'm the editor here. I decide what makes the final cut." Lena stood in the doorway, her hand on the knife in her pocket. The weight of it was nothing against the gravity of his presence. "It's over, Billy. People know. They're outside right now." "People know a rumor," he corrected, moving slowly to a sideboard and pouring a glass of water. "A tragic, complicated rumor about a misunderstood facility. By the time they understand anything, this chapter will be ashes, and we will be elsewhere, you included. I'm not going anywhere with you." "You've always been the most resilient of the narratives," he said, ignoring her, taking a sip. "Caitlin had a certain poetry, but she was fragile. Lena is a fighter. I can work with that. The new setting will require strength." She heard a faint sound then, a distant, rhythmic beeping that quickened. A fire alarm being tested, or triggered. "Dr. J's downstairs," Billy said, following her glance. Initiating the protocol. The women are sedated. They'll feel nothing. A peaceful end to their difficult stories. But I need awake. To see the old world burn. To understand the necessity of the new one. The first tendril of smoke reached her nostrils. Acrid and artificial. He was really doing it. Panic clawed at her throat. But beneath it, a cold, sharp point of clarity formed. He needed her to play her part. The defiant captive, the witness. He was still writing. She let the panic show on her face, took a step back into the hall. "You're insane." "I'm an author," he snapped, the calm cracking for the first time, his hand tightening on the glass. "I create order from chaos. I give lives meaning they lack." The smoke thickened. The beeping became a unified, piercing wail. Down the hall, a sprinkler head sputtered to life, then another, raining down cold, chemical-smelling water. Lena didn't run. She turned and sprinted not for the stairs, but back down the hall, throwing open the door to Miriam Chen's room. The woman still sat, staring, oblivious to the alarm. Lena grabbed her shoulders. "Miriam, look at me!" The woman's eyes flickered, a semblance of focus. "The water is cold," she murmured. "We have to go. Now." Lena hauled her up, pulling her into the wet hallway. She shoved her toward the stairwell door. "Down! Go down!" She moved to the next room, Rosa Alvarez. Rosa was already at the door, her eyes wide with animal fear. "Fire!" she gasped. "Yes, stairs. Help Miriam." Rosa nodded, a flash of her old self, and grabbed Miriam's hand, pulling her into the stairwell. Lena moved to the next door. Locked. She pounded on it. Ann Patterson. Billy's hand closed on her arm, his grip like iron. Enough. The narrative does not include them. His face was close, his breath hot against her ear. "It's just us now, Lena. The final rewrite." She didn't struggle. She went still, letting him think he had won. Then she brought her knee up, hard and twisted, the move clumsy but fueled by pure desperation. He grunted, his grip loosening for a second. That was all she needed. She yanked the knife from her pocket. Not to stab him, but to slash at the fire alarm panel on the wall nearby. Sparks flew. The main lights flickered and died, replaced by the hellish red pulse of emergency strobes. In the chaotic, flashing dark, she was a ghost. She ran past him back toward the office. He lunged after her, but slipped on the wet carpet. She slammed the office door and wedged a heavy chair under the handle. The window. It was her only way. She snatched a heavy bronze bookend from the desk and swung it at the large pane. The glass was reinforced. It webbed, but held. She hit it again, screaming with the effort. A crack spread. Behind her, Billy slammed against the door. The chair shuddered. She hit the window a third time, and a section gave way, falling out into the night. Cold, clean air rushed in, cutting through the smoke. She looked down. A 2-story drop onto a manicured shrub. The door splintered. Billy's shoulder came through. Lena didn't hesitate. She climbed onto the sill, shards of glass tearing at her clothes, and jumped. She hit the bush, the branches whipping and snapping, breaking her fall but driving the wind from her lungs. She rolled onto the wet grass, gasping. Above, in the shattered window, Billy's silhouette appeared, black against the red pulse. Sirens now, real ones, mixing with the alarm. Blue and red lights strobed against the front wall. The gate was being forced. Lena pushed herself up, every bone aching. She stumbled around the side of the building, toward the front. The black sedan was there, engine running. Dr. J was at the wheel, his face a mask of clinical panic as he saw the official cars swarming in. He didn't see her. She moved to the passenger side, yanked the door open, and got in. Dr. J stared, utterly stunned. You... Drive, Lena said, pressing the tip of her knife against his side. Or I tell them everything right now with you in custody. Drive and you might get away. He drove. The sedan slid out a service entrance as the first fire truck bowled its way through the main gate. In the side mirror, Lena saw the first orange flames lick at the second-floor windows, the windows she had just left. The narrative was burning. Where? Dr. J asked, his voice thin. Just drive, she said. She looked at him, this man who had unmade minds. He was just a frightened man in a car now. The institution was gone. The story was ash. Billy was up there, in the fire, his masterpiece consumed. But as they merged onto the dark highway, a terrible certainty settled in her bones. She had seen the way he stood in the window, not in rage, but in calculation. The fire was his exit, his final edit. Billy Vickers was not in that burning building. He had never intended to be. He was already elsewhere, a blank page before him, thinking of a new name, a new beginning. And she was in a car with his accomplice, the knife in her hand, the taste of smoke in her mouth. The old story was over, but she was alive, and she remembered everything. She was a fact, on a dark road, moving into an unwritten night. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.